you've done it before, it doesn't matter. It needs to be run through again, and we will do that. That means you will automatically pick up the activation wave at 12:12 wherever you are, even if you're sleeping, when it comes in tonight. And that is the wave that we are going to be taking to the first site when we go out to Costa Maya tomorrow. Now, on site, when we're on some of the sites, we will have time to be able to talk and have kind of like mini lectures in between when the live wave comes through on information. So we'll be getting part of the workshop time in there. Whenever we do cruises, we've only done one once before, because of just the rigid schedule and all of that kind of thing, it's really, they're focused on grid works, on bodies getting to where they need to be, as opposed to how long we're sitting in seats. And sometimes we're sitting on the ground and it's coming through, and those kind of things. That's why they do recommend the headsets when we go out traveling. Now, when we go out with the ship people, the boat people, we have boat people, no, ship people. They have planned excursions that you follow as part of what the ship offers. We will be doing that, but we will also have we have on Roatan a private beach thing where we could do like a major grid event, but we're going to be doing grid events wherever we are. When we are with a bunch of other people that are on the ship, so as to just blend in, we will be doing quiet things, but when we have our private time together, we will be able to do more things that we would know as Azurite things, like singing and chanting, and we weren't able to bring drums, but that kind of thing. So I want to talk to you a little bit first, or speak to you first, about some of the things they shared with me, like such as the title of this workshop. The basic title they've given me is called Space, Time, Earth, and the Lands of Maya Illusion. The Tarakiti Attunement. Let me pronounce this to myself. Dane Kohare Healing and Awakening Eternal Time, and the Mother Maya Shields Clinic. It's like, two new words. The Tarakiti is the one they had given me for, I've known that word for like a month, but I have no idea what it means. I didn't. They're starting to explain more of that. The Dana Kohare has to do with a part of the Tarakiti that we'll talk about in a little while, that all of these words have to do with certain states. And when we get to the point, and I think it's day whatever, that we have like the main workshop block of time, we have the 3 hours of concentrated information directly about that, where it's not all focused on activations and things. That's where we'll get the main technicals. And I think that's day 5, Wednesday. All right, so on that day, we're going to get into the more technicals on what these words mean. I'll try to paraphrase the best I can of the information they just gave me, because they gave me like 4 or 5 pages of transmission and like hieroglyphics to give me the idea of what these words are about. But it has to do with race karma, actually, both planetary, galactic, universal, and personal karma. And the Tarakiti, the word Tarakiti, as Tara refers to Earth in general, and it's not just like Earth, Terra, Gaia, the whole thing. It refers to this particular planetary soul that would be Earth, Terra, Gaia, etc. But the Kiti part, and I kept getting Kiti, 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 Kiti. It's like the Kiti is an organic space-time sheath that has to do with the Rasha body and the etheric body. So it is something in the etheric body and the Rasha body that we've talked about in anatomy before, and it is literally the thing that materializes as the encryption, and we talked about encryption fields on each of the dimensional levels. It materializes as an encryption that creates the perception and experience of separation in space-time, where why don't you and your other 12 or your other 11 incarnates of your soul run into each other? Why don't your 1728 selves collide with each other? Why don't galaxies collide with each other? There is something that keeps space-time separated. And there's also a space beyond that. There's a space that we began to speak about when we talked about the Aya, the word Aya, that refers to the unutterable thing of the God source consciousness field. When we work with the Tarakiti, we are working with the Kiti level of this imprint of the planet and in its density levels as well. This barrier is a barrier that has within it there's that other word again, the Dana Kohare, layer to it. The Dana Kohare layer is the inorganic layer that comes from, in all of yourselves, or even like all of the races, the decisions that were made in harmony with divine blueprint will create a flow within the natural Terakiti field, or the Kiti field. But ones that were made not in harmony with eternal life, divine blueprint, will create a collective Dana Kohare field, which is the distortion field. And what they've told me so far is what these sheaths do in relation to our experience when we're in materialized manifest forms. They not only keep our awareness separated from the awareness of our other aspects of ourselves and time, but excuse me, but they also, they're gonna give me something else on this. They also what? Okay. They also would normally allow the consciousness to flow between those other space-time selves, but not just the selves, also within the planetary systems. And it would allow a certain dance they're not telling me about yet. No one, this is new stuff coming in right now. There is a dance that can happen, the Terakiti dance, I suppose, that is actually an open flow of the different space-time locations, past, future, and everything in between, and even on like a universal level. We're echoing a universal level. There's the state that can be held where all of that is experienced at one time and known at one time, and it is the greatest experiential state of at one-ment with God Source that a being, and this is like the state of being that the Adashya depths live in, exist within, where you are at full at one-ment, and you're aware of separations in form, but you are aware that you are a part of all forms of everything. And it transcends the good versus evil dictum. It transcends the is it a fall system or is it a rise system. You can still have your preference of what system you want to be a part of. But this will take you into the space where there's no longer a conflict about it, where you can experience the fall systems as an observation of some of the things that if you are at one with God's Source, they would be part of you as well. And you can understand them from the perspective of God's Source, which is, there is still absolute love, but absolute lack of fear. God's Source is not afraid of falling, is not afraid of being consumed by beings who in individuation choose, paths of fall. So when we begin to work with these new words, the Terakiti or the Kiti fields, it has to do with accessing that deep core program. We had to get through all of the other layers that we have worked with for years now to clear light body, spirit body, get them all harmonized with each other, do the METNet freeze to stop the Metatronic activations in our body. And now finally, in Sliders 9, we are dealing with the etheric and Rasha body again on its third level of activation, and this is where we go right into the personal and race karmic imprint and begin to clear the Dana Kohare part of the Kiti field, or the Terakiti field. That's the part of us that has to do with Earth, all right, in our karma that has to do with Earth and the Earth race's karma here, and Earth's karma itself as a being. So in the process of the activations that are coming in, there's going to, through this workshop period, there are going to be two, I just call it DC, that means the Dana Kohare DC, all right, two DC healing waves coming in from the beloveds. They are going to run direct, through the shield, and one of them is the one that's coming in at 12:12, midnight tonight, and the next one is 12:12 midnight the next night. So we have the two healing waves coming in first, and after the one tomorrow night, we will have, and then we do the Roatan trip, the beach trip, and there's a big activation that happens there. And during the beach activation, we'll have the first Terakiti awakening level. And this means beginning to awaken that level. And it's literally like an energetic sheath, an etheric Rasha energetic sheath that keeps us encased within our single space-time location and single space-time identity. Once we've cleared off with the healing waves the parts of it that are reflecting the distorted parts of like our karmic pattern, then we will be able to bring through more and more of the awareness that brings first, you would bring more of your soul awareness in, which is your 12 incarnate self in their time. Then it would be the oversoul, and the soul, the oversoul, the avatar, the rishi level. And we don't have to bring all 1,728 selves online, because that could be really distracting when you start seeing the movies. Like, because when you start to open your own karmic pattern, and your karmic pattern is specifically the energy patterns that are coming from your other selves that are simultaneously manifest in space-time. We don't teach karma the way it is taught in Hinduism and those kind of things, where if you were bad in one life, you come back and you're born like an untouchable and you have to work off these situations. It isn't exactly like that. The lifetimes do affect each other, but each one is born self-sovereign, where you can, by your choices in this life, you can change what this life is. There may be a correlation between why a soul chose to place itself in certain situations, 12 at once, that kind of thing. But when you start to get, some of you may already have some of your incarnational memory online, as I call it, which means it's waking up in the DNA, so you can actually remember it and experience it from here. And when you see some of it, it can be very distracting, because you can get it like in videos, videos where you know you're a part of it, and just sit there and close your eyes and watch your other lives, but you have a life that you're living this time too. If you had 1,728 selves come online where you have full access to their memory, it would be very difficult to go through your daily life here unless you were sitting off in a monastery someplace and just toning and just watching. You could spend a whole lifetime doing just that, right? This lifetime I'm doing nothing but watching all my other lifetimes, right? Yeah. So we will be, there are 4 on each level that they're going to assist us in bringing through into the awareness to be able to hold what is called the Tarakiti attunement. And that means 4 of your incarnate selves on this level, 4 of the souls out of your oversoul, 4 of the oversouls out of your avatar, 4 of your avatars out of your rishi, etc. So you'll have just the sets of 4. The 4 faces of each level will be progressively brought online. And that means, as we're working with these frequencies that they're going to be bringing in on the activations, not only will it be brought online, because if it was just awakening the Tarakiti part, it would probably be a nightmare, because it would also awaken the DC part, the Dana, I have to look at it every time, the Dana Kohare part, which is the distortion in that pattern, which means you would start living and recycling the karmic pattern from all of the other lifetimes, which is something you don't really want to do in one lifetime, right? Because it can be very, very painful, where, it's one, catastrophe after another in your life, and, right? Some of us are doing parts of that already. We have a couple of them online already, and we're repeating the patterns from Egypt, and we're repeating the patterns from Atlantis, and that kind of thing. Because of the healing waves that are coming in, that we can now actually anchor in the bodies, because of the Aya awakenings that began in the last workshop, we will be able to clear that as it goes. So we're not going to throw all the negative. We're actually going to harmonize or attune that part of our own energy from the other selves, from our other selves, back into its natural divine blueprint pattern, or the Kiti pattern. And progressively, there's a state that comes with this. I think there's several levels that they're going to be working with us. Probably once we get into the next 3 sliders are all what they call adept levels, which means they're going to be more and more experiential, going into states and reaching states. And this is kind of the beginning of one. When they compared to me, so I understood a little bit about what they were talking about in relation to, this Kiti, this Tarakiti level. I get the concept of, if you go beyond the polarity and kind of pull out of time, you go into a space that's almost like called eternal time, and you can still hold that in a body. They said, yeah, it's like that, but try to remember when you had your near-death experience, because I had a near-death experience when I was 18 years old, and that was a big wake-up for me. I'd had experiences with, abductions and things like that before, with ETs and also guardians trying to save me from the ETs, and fortunately the guardians won that round. But when I had my near-death experience at age 18, there's very specific things that my consciousness experienced in that part, in that whole adventure. I remember the leaving of the body, did the tunnel effect to a certain point, got stuck in this very strange dark space. It was just like, not bad darkness, just kind of like velvet darkness. And it was just hanging there. And I knew the tunnel went up further, and there was more light up further. I'm going, hello, is anybody here? Is anybody out there? Right? Where am I? Why am I in this space? I can see the light up there, and I want to go up there. I can see my body down there and realize I just kind of, I snapped the cord, didn't I? Whoops. That yeah, it was one of those, oops. And from there was this amazing, I could see everything so clearly. And it was like all the things that had upset me in my life and the whole that I was worried about and scared about. They just made perfect sense. It was like, oh my God, if I knew it was that easy, I wouldn't have been so miserable and so afraid, because I went through a lot of fear with the abductions and all that kind of stuff. And it was like, okay, and now what? And then finally, some of the guardians came down and started to talk to me and said, you do know that you're transitioning, right? And I said, yeah, that's cool. I'm happy with this. And they said, yes, except. And they showed me pictures
Very
of.
good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Here on
Excuse me.
Norwegian Epic. This is Paul Scally, your cruise director.
You're right, Paul.
A wonderful morning. We're all looking forward to a wonderful day on board the ship whilst we sail at sea. There's loads going on. Check your freestyle down here for all the highlighted entertainment and the activities that we have got going on. Of course, if you do just want to relax and do nothing, you can do that too. Again, you are on the most exciting cruise ship in the world.
What about the
the water aerobics that's taking place right now poolside? We've got the morning trivia coming up in the Bliss Lounge at 9:45. Don't miss the Shore Excursions presentation in Headliners.
Yes.
We've got the biggest, most exciting shore excursions ever this season, as we do take you towards
Oh, well.
Costa Mara,
We are on a boat.
Roatan, Honduras, and Cozumel. If you want to be swimming with the dolphins, going to the Mayan ruins, then come and meet the team today. We can tell you everything that you need to know. We've got a wonderful seminar in the Mandara Spa up on deck 14. Look 10 years younger today. Just 10 years.
No, that's a mistake.
Director staff. We've got 30,000 years of art history in Fat Cats, and that's with Best Art at Sea. If you want to join us for the guided ship tour at 10:45, you can meet in Bliss Lounge. We'll take you around all the public areas if you want us to, and we can help you out if you are getting lost. I know it's a big, big girl. Don't worry if you are getting lost, because that's quite exciting. It's part of the treat. Texas Hold'em in the Epic Casino. Good luck there. We've also got NCLU Italian wine tasting in Moderna. Very exciting. Lots of people are talking about that already. We have Island Vibes out by the poolside, and then coming up at 11:15. We do have Epic Classic Bingo. It's huge, thousands of dollars. Plus, a free cruise can be won throughout the journey. Don't forget, if you want to book the most exciting shows ever to be seen on a cruise ship, whether it be the Blue Man Group, Surf Dreams and Dinner, or of course the award-winning Second City and Legends in Concert too, then you can stop by the box office. It's very easy. See the box office team and we'll get you in. Of course, you can book all of these shows through your onboard television, ITV. It's super easy. Choose whatever you choose to do. I'm going to be around all morning and throughout the day, and I hope to see you very soon.
Bye bye. Bye bye, voice in the sky. Right. Oh, yes.
You didn't mention the activation.
No, he didn't. So much for the near-death experience. How can I compete with that? Oh, jeez. Anyway, it's always nice to know. I didn't realize these things would happen during our workshop time, because we have like 3-hour blocks. This time we have 2 hours of technique that need to get in there. And I was hoping we could do the song that goes with it, because that amplifies it, but I don't know if we're going to have enough time, because they will boot us out of here. They said, they said noon, and that is noon. We're out of here. So it's not one of those we can stretch it like at the DoubleTree. Yeah, it took her 2 months, Darlene, 2 months to get them to agree to let us have this. They were sticking us in that 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. block. So I won't waste a lot of time talking about things that I don't need to speak about, because we need to get the technique moving and activating. But I will finish the near-death experience story, because there is a particular state after when I'm in this like black velvety spot and going, hello, is anybody out there? And going, oh, geez, why did I die? Because I'm not ready to die now that I think about it. But you know what? I don't mind it. I like better up here anyway. It's it's more pleasant. It was just like a whole different state of consciousness, even in that little black fuzzy band, right? And then when the guardians came and talked to me, they said my daughter, it was actually my daughter Spree. She was tiny. She was an infant at the time. Said, she needs you. to be here. She will have experiences like you have, and she will need you to help explain them. And I said, oh, okay. So I made the choice. But it was a very interesting state, and I could feel this other state pulling me, like wanting me to float me upwards, where I just wanted to and it's similar to the state they talk about, the Kiti state, where it's kind of like the state of life after Earth. Like once you leave, it's a state they said that when a person bardos, like when they die a body and they experience a natural bardo, where they actually make it through the tunnel and go into the next layers, where they're no longer ensconced or held in the time pattern of the body. There's this absolute beauty and just absolute expansion of consciousness and memory and crispness and all of that. And this is a layer of the Kiti state that can be reached with the Terakiti activations. You don't have to be dead to experience it, which is nice when we can move through these barriers. It's passing through the same type of energetic barriers that when you do a full bardo, you actually get out beyond the space-time sheath programming, where you just all of a sudden remember you. And it's not just about your little self that was called this name or that name here or there. All of you are there. And you also feel this all at oneness with everyone and everything else in any of the worlds you can see and remember. And it's like you can, as soon as you think of something, you see it. It's just an amazing state of being. And I remember touching just a little bit of that when I went through the near-death experience. And it was even when I was in the fuzzy little black, it was like a void space that, the cord's broke and you're here, and if you go up any further, you're not going to get back in body. I did learn something there too, that if you don't make the decision fast, the frequency drops so fast that you can't get back in. So it's like one of those snap decisions, either you're coming or go and pick one, right? And because of what they showed me with my daughter, I decided that I would come back. That was before I even knew I was going to have my other daughter and other children. So, but it's a state that it's hard again to describe. I've described certain types of states that I've experienced with the beloveds when they take me on journeys and those kind of things that are similar, and I think these are probably related to, but this is a deeper level of it. It's almost as if it is like at one-ment with God's source consciousness field, if you can imagine what that might be. I can't even find words to describe it, but it's like a feeling, like a standing vibration of knowing, and I can feel it going. It's like bliss, a total bliss cognition, but not like a zoned out bliss, a totally awake, aware bliss. And when we move through these activations, we're going to be coming into loosening that sheath, the time sheath, that keeps us separate from our other selves in time, that keeps us separate from each other and from the planet and from the trees and from the molecules in the air and from the mountains. So it will begin to move us into the experiences where we can sit at the base of a mountain and become at one with it, where you're just, and you lose your little self. You lose awareness, but you don't really lose it. You know it's there. It just expands to become one with what the other thing is. We can do this safely now. Before, there was the Metatronic issue happening, that if you tried to become one with something Metatronic, it was going to trigger your own Metatronic codes, and it would get you in co-resonance with them, and therefore your body form would ensnare you in the Metatronic net. Now, because we've gone through and even if it's your first workshop, you are in shield now, and when you're in shield, it means whatever activations the main shield is holding, because of all the people who've been here for a long time and done a lot of work, you will automatically pick up that safety of it. That is what it means to plug into the host, where you have the safety of the activations that the shield is carrying. So if you're new, you don't have to worry about, oh my goodness, I didn't do all those things before, so maybe it's not safe for me yet. You will get the net block, which means the Metatronic frequencies will not activate in your body while you're in shield, and working techniques that are of shield, of the Chris shield. So anyway, they're saying hurry up. Okay. They're going, yo. It's like, okay. We can. All right. They said we'll have plenty of time to talk when we do the next in-house workshop or in-ship workshop. We're also going to have periods where we do, especially when we go to Roatan. I think that's the day after. That's the second one, the second excursion on day. What is it? Day 4 is. I can't read my hieroglyphics here. They're writing it fast. Yeah, Kasamaya is the first one that we'll do tomorrow. And then the day after that, I'm echoing again. The day after that is when we will do Roatan. This is really, really strange sounding. Whoever's on sound, I hope it's not messing up the recording, whatever. So We will do. There's something else. They won't wait. They're talking to me. Hold on. Excuse me. Okay. There. Yeah. Okay. They said talk about that one for a minute. Alrighty. When we have on day 6, that is I believe Thursday, when we do the Cozumel thing, where we go into the underground caverns and stuff. There's I don't know how to pronounce that. Cenote, cenote, I think is pronounced. Cenote, which is like an underground body of water that's fed by underground rivers. There's going to be an activation that we are going to do there. I don't know if we're going to have to do it stealth yet or not. It depends on if we're walking through with a whole bunch of other people from the ship. We don't want to start doing something weird and freaking them out slightly, going, but we can touch the water. They're even offering on the itinerary an opportunity for people to swim in them if they want to, and that's personally optional. That's up to you if you want to. I'm not sure, because I've seen shows on TV that talk about the ancient Maya and stuff, and how one of the theories of why they all went away and abandoned their places was because they had contaminated their water supply. Because when they went into the phase where they were appeasing the gods of the underworlds by grabbing people's hearts out and killing them, they were throwing the bodies into their water, and it contaminated their water. So I don't know. I don't think if there was a problem with the water in this particular cenote, I don't think we would be allowed to go swimming in it. So I wouldn't worry about it. But it's personal. Up to you what you want to do with that. I imagine there will probably be a lot when we go on these trips. Just know. I mean, I remember when we went before. There's all sorts of very interesting phenomena and presences in places. It's not just tourist stuff. If you look past that, the areas we are going in Mexico and Honduras have a very, very long history of very active shamanic activity, some of which was for the good of peoples, some of which was serving what they consider the gods of the underworlds and those kind of thing. So you'll have a very mixed bag of just energy presences around in sites. You'll have a very mixed bag of energy presences around with people, as far as who's with them, who's motivating them. Some will seem very, very, very friendly. Others you'll find you're getting dirty looks for no reason whatsoever, right? And it's what's in the person's field. When you walk through places like that, the best way to hold that is to just walk with loving respect for whoever you are, whatever you are, and keep your shields up, and don't blame the vessel. Don't take it personal if somebody's like growling at you and scowling at you and just yeah.
The baby at the market.
Yeah. Yeah, Asan's pointing out, remember the baby at the market in Goa. There was this baby, couldn't have been, 6 months old? Something like that. His dad was holding him. We were at a market in Goa on the India trip. And all of a sudden the kid reaches out and whacks me and implants me in the shoulder. You go, oh! And then Blubber's are going, welcome to your education on demons and diapers. So, it was a cute little baby too, but it's like, yeah, it's like don't let for me, I didn't, even sometimes when you actually do have an actual person who is not somebody that's just being influenced by it, it is actually an embodiment of, it doesn't matter. All right, what matters is hold yourself as an ambassador of the Christ and of peace. Let it be what it is. Don't let it mess with you. If you feel you've got implanted, you have enough frequency now. If something's whacked you, you have enough to blow it off. You don't have to go running to have a savior fix it for you. You have exactly what you need. You have MetNet freeze. It can't trigger more Metatronic activations. It might make your shoulder sore a little bit and pull it out. All right. Next time I'll catch that before it comes. So at this point, you don't have to be frightened, but do be aware when you go into places. Don't open yourself to shamanic activities and stuff, because one of the things we had an option for is if we wanted to actually visit a shaman who would take us personally and have an individual session. It's like, no, thank you. Right? Even if it would take us as a group. No, thank you. Because you don't know what references vertically the shaman might have. Nothing against the shaman. Some of them are fine, pretty much, but they're still working with grids that are running a lot of Metatronics and those kind of things. So it's kind of like embrace everybody, love everybody, and don't let them mess with your fields, period. When you walk through these places. And they're also saying, all right, they're saying this, when we go through this trip, because it is about activating the Tarakiti field, which means clearing your own karmic boundaries and beginning to have that expansion in yourself, there may be times that you will have some karmic issues coming up where passing through you. If you've lived in these places before, if you have a connection to the grids, you may end up in tears or feeling great elation or whatever. If you go into an emotional response to when you're on some of these grids, let that be okay. Don't let it frighten you. Realize what it is. It's coming from some of the other lifetime experiences, and your boundaries between those experiences are now clearing, and so you're becoming more aware. If it's pain or terror, some of it might be terror. If you happen to be a mind that got your heart ripped out and you were used as a sacrifice, you might experience bouts of terror. Realize your mind has the ability to move that emotion. What you're feeling is an emotional imprint that's coming up. It's better to be released and let go. And if you need to cry a bit, fine. And then breathe. Breathe it out. Sometimes the worst thing you can do is run away from the pain or the terror. When you run away from it, it follows you. And it will track you and surprise you in your sleep and pop up everywhere. What you need to do is when you feel it start to come up, take time. And hopefully we will be able to do this. We have to follow the pace of the ship's trip schedule as far as we have to be back on boat at a certain time. But reserve for yourself a period of time. If you experienced this, and especially if it didn't feel good. If it felt good, just go ahead. I'll keep that for a while with me, right? But if it's feeling yucky, go, okay. Ash said that this would happen. The beloveds have said that this might happen, and that's okay. I'm not losing it. I will breathe and calm myself down until I can get to a space where I can give myself a little time. And that may be when you get back on the boat and go back to your cabin. But give yourself a little bit of time to then lean into that feeling. Let yourself experience how bad it felt. Now, when you try to run away from how bad that felt, which is the first thing you want to do, it's like, ew, get me out of my body. I want to be away from that feeling. There's a trick to talking, using your own mental talk, saying, I can do this, and knowing the beloveds will be with you, and they'll even help coach you. I'm going to look at this feeling. I'm going to, what is it, fuzzy? Is it red? Is it green? Try to begin labeling, just not with words yet, as far as words like it's anger or it's fear. First start with texture. What is the texture of it like? What is the color of it like? If it had a color, does it feel tight? Does it feel loose? Does it feel vertical, horizontal? Start making your mind aware of the characteristics of the energy signature of it first, right? And breathe. And whenever it gets like it's too vibrating too high for you, just go back to just focus on your breathing. Bring it back to the breathing. And then go in again to the next layer of it. And eventually you may find a part that comes up and screams, and it may be in another language. Like, you hear it screaming in your head. You go, whoa, what was that? And you go, well, it kind of felt like anger, it kind of felt like fear, it kind of felt like craziness, whatever. So you start to label it gently. And the point in these type of things, when this type of karmic imprint begins to come up and pass through you, it's not meant to be stuck anymore. It's passing through to get out of you and just away, so that pattern isn't holding you back anymore. It's important to remember you have your spirit body consciousness and you have your mental consciousness. And your mental consciousness can be the guider and director. Look at those energies, those emotional energies. If you look at the emotions coming up as if they were children, you're part of you, of your inner child. They can even put it that simply as inner child emotions. Allow that, and your inner child may have been a Mayan, or it may have been somebody that was harmed in these areas. It doesn't matter which incarnation it's coming from. It's not about finding that exact incarnation to go back there and fix it. It's about fixing that imprint here by allowing it to pass through, using the mind to override by letting it release. Not override by saying you can't feel that way. Let it feel. It's anger, it's hatred. I hate this, I hate that, I can't say it. All the things that you wouldn't let yourself say, right? Oh, I won't hate that. Hating's not nice. I strongly dislike that. If it wants to say, I hate that, let it hate it for the moment. It's passing through. The idea is to let it out, let it speak, let the body consciousness speak. Even if you don't like what it's saying at the moment. You don't have to agree with it. You don't have to think it's making sense. But what you don't want to do is play the restrictive parent, where you start to go, you're not allowed to say that. I won't listen to that. That kind of stuff. I will allow this to clear. I will allow. And they kind of even encourage it. Okay, so you hate that. Okay, so you want to kill that being, or whatever, which of course we don't endorse, but that's all right. We're good parents. We know when children have temper tantrums that they don't really mean it. They're just processing frustration and pain and anger and those kind of things. If you have these kinds of experiences, when you hit certain grids, let it be okay. And if you see somebody else next to you there's a look that'll come with it on your face. You're just going to go, oh no. And there'll be a lot of, not here, not here. I'm not going to process this here. If you have that, it's okay. If our whole group understands that we may move through some of that, we can kind of be there for each other. If you see somebody in that state, just kind of go up to them and like give them a little squeeze or a nice pat on the back, and they don't have to worry about being implanted. Say, anything I can do right now? They're like, no, just let me process. So there was kind of like a little forewarning that some of that may occur. All right, and if it occurs in a large way. They did say something about processing race karma. That would probably be on the beach day when we have private time together on a beach where we can do our thing. And if that begins to come, we can do that together in Shield, where we won't look really strange to people who aren't with us in Shield, where we're sobbing all over the place and rocking back and forth and gibbering who knows what. So if the time allows, when we're having the beach day before the beach lunch, that's the Roatan time. I have a feeling. No, I have a hunch. No, it's not even a hunch. You're going to have that. Okay, we're going to have an experience like that. They're saying that has to do with helping to release the race karma. And and in the planetary grids, particularly in the Mayan mother grids. The important thing about the Mayan mother grid trip here is that these activations will allow them to use what they consider the mother matrix of the Mayan temple layouts from the Atlantean periods, and which is actually before what people consider Maya here. So they were the pre-Mayan grids that the Mayans then were told how to use them to plug into the graviton thing, which is what controls the staff of the planet. This is where we get control of this part of the staff. So they can't use, so the FA team can't use the staff to override the parts of the rods, the horizontal rods that we've got control of. They still have the ability at this point that they could force the staff to flip. And that might not give a full 55 activation on their Metatronic Merkaba on a planetary level, but it would do a very good job of creating very quick extinction of what's on the planet right now, because it would roll the crust. And when we do this, with these activations, and the Beloveds are saying, as long as we just show up and do our thing, it's not going to fail. But if we see some resistance and like scowly energies at us, just realize we're walking here as emissaries of the Christ. They don't have to like it. Some of them will like it. Some of them are the Green Dragon hosters that are actually turning the grids over to us so we can do this. By accessing these grids, we'll be able to get into the access point to the gravitron, which comes up in the center of the Gulf of Mexico. We've talked about that before. If I go into the Mylars on that right now, there won't be time actually to run the technique, and that's what's most important, is to get this technique down so when the activations come in tonight, your field is active and ready to handle those. So there's a lot we're going to learn with this. We will talk more about the gravitron a bit when we get to the longer workshop. But the most important thing I think we're going to learn in technicals during this workshop period is when we get into the Terakiti and the Dana Kohare healing things. There's much more to these, and this is a beginning. I have a feeling this is going to be things that expand all the way through the adept levels of the Sliders training and begin the experiential journeys. I think we're going to have a nice journey as well when we do the beach thing, where we're not just going to experience a release of race karma for the angelic human lineage, but also an at-one-ment. They're going to lead us through a journey of at-one-ment with something there. I don't know if it's going to be the water or what, but I feel that coming. They're just giving me little hints of what's going to be there. So it should be experientially quite profound. Let it be okay. Like they said, they want one more reminder. Let it be okay if you get funny feelings. Notice, feelings are feelings. It's okay to let them come up and then clear them. Don't throw them at people. I don't know if we're going to end up with you looking at each other and all of a sudden you remember each other from a different life and you had a fight. Oh, no. Let's not go there. If you notice that, which we might when these karmic barriers start coming down, right? Realize that, you have to use your mind and go, did these feelings have anything to do with this person that I know right here that's in front of me today? And usually the answer is no, not at all. I don't even know that person that well, right? Great. Your mind's got that. Now the mind can go, okay, so this is coming from a different level. We're not going to repeat this pattern, but you can each look at it later when you're by yourselves. But don't just go into the, you can get into screaming matches, karmic screaming matches. I used to have that a couple times in different relationships in the past. It would just come up, and it was the two of us from the other time just screaming at each other. Wait a minute, time out. I'm not Anki anymore, right? And you're not Akhenaten anymore. Why are we screaming at each other? That kind of thing. So they just keep on our toes about that. The mental body has the power to direct the child of the emotions when these emotions come through. If they're fun, happy, happy, joy, joy emotions, let yourself, dance in circles and the whole bit if it's in an appropriate place where you don't get hurt or, or make people think you're loony or something, because we are among a lot of other people who have no idea what we do. So anyway, when we run this technique, and Noel is going to run it through from direct, so it's carrying the wave from the last workshop, so it's running it direct through. Hopefully there'll be a little bit of time to play some of the song part, because I don't know if we're going to be able to have time to do that now. But once that's done and they shepherd us out of here, or like, leave. Next time we'll see each other will be at 8 in the morning and this is where Darlene's going to show us how to connect with the ship's requirements of how you disembark and go to visit a place and that kind of thing. So that will be the next time that we will see each other in group, and that will be when we do the Costa Maya activations, and that's going to a place how do you pronounce that again? Cochabamba?
It's quite quick.
Yeah, it's Cacchoben. Cochabamba, whatever, however you pronounce this place in Costa Maya that has to do with ruins. Yes, we're going there, and that's where we will meet, and we will have certain activations that are coming through there. We'll be able to probably talk a little bit more about it on headsets, as far as we can even be amongst a larger group and still have our own headsets on, and I can be somewhere over talking to you guys while the tour guide is telling us other things about it. So that will be the first time we come back together again, and then we will. You have the schedules. You see that's on day 5 that we have. That's Wednesday. That we have the actual next block of time where we can sit together in here, and we'll have some. Well, not Mylars. We'll have some visuals up there by this time, and we'll know more about the Tarakiti field and the things that we are going to be technically learning about this information. So this is a healing about the planetary grids. This workshop is healing this whole. Workshop trip is a healing of the planetary grids. It's also about healing of our personal selves and opening ourselves to become the larger identity that we are. And in some religions, like I think Buddhism might refer to it as losing the self. It's not, we don't refer to it that way, but I think they mean about the same thing with it, where the small self, the little ego self, the little personality, it still stays there, but it expands to realize it's so much more than just its one self. And oh dear.
Did one of you show up then?
That's scary. It's like my alter ego.
What was your other side?
I guess we're going to run the technique now. Yeah?
Honey, we're getting into a time problem,
Yeah, okay, we've got to do this, and I need to stop talking because we need to get through this technique. Okay. So, bye. Till tomorrow. Alrighty. Hello. Here we go. No. Yes, you can amp your fields. It's coming. Is it coming now? Yeah. Okay.
Slow our breaths a bit, especially as you're drumming.
Okay. Give you a few moments just to go back into normal, slower breathing. Get back to a normal breathing rhythm. And then try to consciously slow it by about half. As if you're starting to ride a wave that's going down, slower, deeper into creation. It's like a time wave that usually we ride on the surface of creation. But the Krish time wave is deep. It runs deep and back up and down and up and down. So let's try to slow the breathing. And now get ready to move us through into the first technique in the image of God. Alrighty. Now there's many ideas and teachings out in the world that talk about God and whether you can or can't ever know God or touch God, or if there even is one. There's a lot of teachings that say that God is a being and that Man was created in God's image, therefore God is a man with all the parts associated with men. And there's a lot of misunderstandings, really, about what God's source, who God's source is. It's much bigger than can fit in one form, like a man or a woman. It can be in all forms, but they would only be a small piece of the God force consciousness field. If we want to begin to get an idea, to be able to conceptualize and begin to feel a little tiny bit of what it's like to be God, God source consciousness field, a living, conscious, intelligent, breathing, thinking, feeling consciousness, just like you are, but on a billions are not enough time scale. So, God source consciousness field. It is an infinite field of consciousness with no boundaries. Now within it, in that amazing sea of dreams, there are massive and beautiful constructions of reality fields within which individuated lifetimes, existences take place. When we talk about the cosmic matrices, we're referring to the manifest portions, the manifest and materialized portions of the body of God source. But those things take place within the larger consciousness field itself of God source. In some of the things we've taught that God source had, and by focusing a bit of its energy just in one place within its own consciousness, within its own mind, the first Partakai was born. And from that, structure emerges. And that structure, continually, there's always rebirths, and there's always the expansion and the contraction back in to the first Partakai. But with where all those Partakai, that can be the Partakai cosmos. Cosmos is made of Partakai that have all that intricate structure. If you could look at them as massive bubbles of manifest creation, they hang somewhere. They hang in the consciousness field of God source. So there's a little bit of exercises they would like us to get, just to get a feel for what that space is like. The space of being in the image of God source. God source is aware of all of its bodies, all of its cosmic matrices, and all of the beings within those matrices, all at the same time, all at once. In this field, this God source consciousness field, time doesn't work as we experience it here. It is not perceived as that. It is perceived as all things now, in direct cognition and knowing. There is no beginning and no end. There's no start and finish. There is start and finishes to the creation of manifest forms, but not to the consciousness with which they are created. Everything in creation exists within the cosmic God source consciousness field, and it is made of the substance of God source. Free will was given as a gift, and that is where we can end up with false systems and things if choices aren't made in harmony with the natural laws of physics that were set in motion to create the cosmic matrix. It is an eternal matrix, which implies it has an immune system, that it will not let itself be destroyed by a certain percentage of the manifest creation choosing to go into fall status. You can't make God fall. That's only a lower systems experiential option. So, what is it like to be the big thinker, the great thinker, the infinite eternal one? We'll never be able to fully answer that, not while we're in single bodies, but we can be able to begin to touch it as it lives within our single bodies. There is a part, because we are made of God stuff, created of the consciousness of God's source. That doesn't mean we're gods and we can go around bossing everybody around and stuff. That's not what God does anyway. That's what God lets do, who have an ego problem. But the part of us that can touch, and the more we work with techniques, certain techniques of bringing those frequencies into us here, the more we can not just touch that cognition space, that experiential space, but the more it becomes a part of us where we more and more consciously become walking embodiments of God's source consciousness. And it changes our state. It changes the way we perceive what we're walking around within. It changes how our emotions work within us. We still have them, but they're much broader and calmer. So the beginnings of reaching this state has to do with opening the essence, going into the essence, the Aya, the essence of the eternal, infinite, unspeakable one. Doesn't have words, unutterable, because there is no sound tone to translate the name or the full encryption of God's source. So now for a moment, as you're breathing gently, just focus your attention on your Azure area at the base of your thymus gland, which is right about there for anyone who doesn't know. And just breathe gently from that space, in and out of that space. Now imagine or visualize. If you can't visualize, that's all right. Just intend it through, I intend that this shape is there. Imagine around your Azure, there is a cloud shape forming. Just a little sparkly cloud. It can be any color you'd like it to be right now. A little portion of your consciousness that is seeking to go back to its more original state, its more eternal state of conscious cloud. Breathe a bit more, and as you inhale, hold at the top of the inhale. And as you exhale, gently puff out that cloud to a bigger cloud inside of you where it fills your whole chest area. And just breathe normally again and realize that every exhale breath makes that cloud a little bit more materialized, a little bit, not bigger, it's not expanding yet, it's strengthening as opposed to getting larger in shape and size. Expand it to where it's just about out around, a little bit around your body. And kind of, it doesn't have to be circular formation either for this. Where it extends out a little bit in front of you and around your sides. And as you breathe, try to begin to feel it around your body. Feel the parts of it that are on the outside touching your body, as if there was a gentle mist that was pooling around that area of your body, around your chest and your Azure. Try to feel the texture of it, because there actually is a texture. And if you work with this, you can actually feel it against your skin. Even if you can't feel that texture right now, that's all right. If you haven't done a lot of techniques, you get sensitized the more techniques you do with being able to sense the subtle, sensual experiences that go with them. So just, if you can't feel it, just intend that cloud is there, any color you want at the moment. And we're going to draw it back in again on an inhale breath. So let's inhale in and hold, and draw the cloud back into a concentrated cloud right at the Azure area. And this time when we exhale, we're going to push the cloud out until it fills the whole shape of our body. Inside. As if it's taking on the shape of our body, on the inside of our body. Try to sense the feel of this energy. This is your cloud self, your cloud consciousness. Try to sense it in between the atoms and cells. Try to sense. It's a very subtle sensation, but it is there. We'll take a few inhale, exhale breaths, and when we inhale, we're going to actually just tighten, not change the shape of the cloud as it's expanded out inside of ourselves, but we're actually just going to pull a little bit of tension into the units of energy that make it up, where it's strengthening. On the inhale, we go inhale and pull in. And then exhale out and push out a little bit, where it makes a little flame. For each little speck in that sparkly cloud, makes a little flame, like a little burst of flame. Do a few of those little flame breaths, where you inhale and tighten it up again. And exhale and flame it. You may sense literally a reverberation run a bit through your body and your nervous system. You may or may not, but I did anyway. One more. Now try to visualize, or at least imagine, that you've amplified the sparkle quality, let's just call it the sparkle quality, of your cloud that is now taking the form of the inside of your body. It's filling out the inside of your body as if it were a hollow form. And we're going to begin moving this now. Now inhale into the Azure and hold for a moment. And on the exhale, we're going to push your cloud form shape, not as a cloud anymore. It's shaped now like your body. We're going to push it upward vertically until its feet are standing on your head. Take a few very relaxed breaths, and on each exhale, move your consciousness that's in your head and in your mind, in your physical body. Try to move portions of it up into the head part of your cloud self. As you put more and more of your conscious awareness into the head of your cloud self, you should be able to get a bit of a sensation as if you're perceiving from two perspectives. One, that is, you have your eyes closed here, so you don't have to worry about what you're seeing, but you can feel the plane that if you opened your eyes, that you would be seeing if you were looking straight ahead. Well, your cloud body has that same plane where its eyes would be. As if it were going straight out in front of you. It had eyes and you open them, you would be able to see, but as if you're way up there over your own head. So you'd be seeing from a different perspective. Try to just sense these two perspectives right now. Don't worry about opening the eyes of your cloud self. Try to sense yourself that feels the plane out your physical eyes. And also try to sense the self that can feel that plane extending out way up there where the eyes of your cloud self would be. 2-point perspective. Just hang with that for a moment or two and breathe gently. Now we're going to move our cloud self, still holding the form of our bodies. And inhale into the azurite of both our cloud self and our physical self. And hold for a moment. And on the exhale, we're going to push our cloud self up even further and lay it horizontally up where its face is facing up on the ceiling. Try to sense the change of feeling of perspective. Your physical body is sitting up straight and its perspective plane is down here. Try to sense that consciousness that's yours, that is still up there and you're linked with your cloud self. As if you were laying down and you could feel the ceiling almost touching your nose and the tip of your toes as you're laying down. Try to sense the sensations and the feeling of the space around you from the two different perspectives. Now for a moment, try to put as much as your consciousness into your cloud self as you can. Do this by trying to first remember there's a moment before you lose consciousness when you go to sleep at night. It's a little type of fuzzy space. Sometimes you can see through your eyelids when they're closed in that space. Sometimes it takes a while before those perceptions turn on. But that's that space that right before you're still vaguely aware of what's happening in the room around you and in your physical body, but you know you're going under. There's a space right there that can actually catch hold and expand that links the two states and the brainwave patterns that go with them. Try to find that space in your physical head right now. Just try to remember when you're falling asleep. You're still here, but yeah, go on, drowsy. Stop right there. And when you feel that little drowsy bit, stop there. And then in that really kind of drowsy way, as if your eyes are like, you know, like kind of not quite crossed, but just, yeah, I'm going under. From that space where your consciousness is relaxing in your physical head, just inhale, and on the exhales, do several of these. Breathe upward and shift that feeling of that sleepy, drowsy space with you up into your horizontal cloud body self. Try to imagine you're in your cloud body self now, laying down just like you are when you're going to go to bed, and you're right there at that state, almost asleep. Now in that space between being almost here and almost gone as far as sleep goes, there's a little window that can open. You can perceive it first, imagine it, and try to imagine it from the consciousness that is laying horizontally in your cloud form body up on the ceiling. Imagine this little tiny speck of a Christ star vehicle shaped. It looks like just a little diamond. That is a window that can open into a band of frequency that will link the two states. And eventually you'll be able to start seeing things like when you close your eyes and you're getting ready to go to sleep, you'll start seeing, like you may be starting seeing it through your eyelids a little bit, where you can see shapes in the room right through your eyelids when they're closed, especially if the room is dark. And then you might start seeing this wonderful, like ultraviolet pulsing kind of blob that happens in the third eye when you start being able to go through and open the link between the sleeping and the waking state. You don't have to worry about doing those things right now, but you're laying up there and you're almost asleep, but you see that little window. Try to move your consciousness from being in that really sleepy state in your horizontal cloud body into that Christ star window. It's almost as like you just went out of a dark cave and whoa, just walked into light, and you're not quite as sleepy anymore. But there's still a sleepy part that's back in your head, in the cloud body, and there's still the other point of perspective that is aware of both of these things occurring, that is down in your physical body. Now, holding in the mind's eye of your cloud body, we're going to inhale, and when we inhale, you're going to pull your cloud body, the whole cloud body, in to a little speck of cloud and put it right in the center of the Christ star diamond window. So inhale and pull, and exhale out into the Christ star diamond window. Try to notice the change of sensation. There is a bit of change of sensation because now you're very tiny. You've constricted yourself into a little tiny shape while your body, your physical body, is still down here in a large shape. And now from using the diamond core crystal of your Christ star, little Christ star window with the cloud inside of it, we're going to use some breaths to expand the cloud outward around it. First in a sphere, and then we're going to have a little bit of shape-shifting fun to get the feel of what it means to be your form being a living consciousness field. So let's inhale and inhale into the Christ star window. Find the little speck that was our cloud body, and use the exhale to push it out into a sphere around the Christ star window. Do a few breaths and make it a bit stronger. And now try to just breathe gently and normally from where you are down here, and try to sense the part of your consciousness that is in a spherical cloud form with its little Christ star window at the center that's up there. There's also an invisible cord that connects you to your body, so you're not going to lose your cloud body consciousness. The cord actually comes in the back of the heart chakra. The heart chakra is kind of like in between your breasts area, and there's the back part of it that's directly straight through. So you can actually maybe feel a little bit of this. It's a silver cord that comes down from your now spherically shaped cloud self and connects it to yourself. What you're doing is beginning a bit of accessing the astral fields through the fourth chakra, but we're doing it from the aurora continuum, so it's not the general astral field that you would take in astral projection if you weren't using transharmonic frequencies. Now try to sense yourself and the other people that are in orb, in cloud body orb, floating up on the ceiling with their little streamers of their silver cords, connecting them back to their bodies. We can pass through each other and move through each other in this state, just like the probability fields rotate through each other without crashing or colliding. We each have our own encryption, which gives us a lone key harmonic that allows us to occupy space in our own way, even if there's other things in that space, without crashing into each other. So try to sense yourself as that spherical cloud, and then also try to sense the others around you. And now we're going to try a little bit of shape-shifting. We're going to, let's say, turn your spherical cloud self as if it went two-dimensional and turned into like a circle plate shaped thing, or a shield. So you're going to inhale, and on the exhale, we're going to collapse it down and flatten it out, so it's just a circle. Try to sense yourself, the part of yourself that is now a disc shape. Try to sense the difference between that and the sphere shape that it was before. Now we're going to inhale again, and this time we're going to make ourselves into a cloud that is a vertical squiggle shape, whatever squiggle shape you want to make it. So inhale. And with your cloud, push upward and downward simultaneously, vertically, from that center point, and make yourself a living squiggle. And let yourself move around. It doesn't have to be a fixed squiggle. Once it's a squiggle, it can, turn itself around like snake or smoke rings. It can make shapes. It can flatten itself out into a flat squiggle, all sorts. Play with it for a little bit with your squiggle. If you want, you can bounce it up and down from the ceiling to the floor and back again. And feel how it bounces. Feel the feeling when it hits the floor, and then when it hits the ceiling, and you're bouncing like a little ball, boing, 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 except you're a squiggle that kind of springs, goes boing, boing, boing. Just try to sense and feel and follow it and track it with your consciousness. You can play with this when you're not here too, you know. You can do all sorts of things with your cloud self. Okay, now we're going to try to get a little bit closer to the concept of what the Aya is the essence of, the God Source consciousness field. Let's bring our squiggle back and hold it still up there at the ceiling. Remember, it's got the little Christ star window gem inside. We're going to inhale it back into the Christ star window. And this time when we exhale it, we're going to exhale in a horizontal plane, but up at the ceiling, and just a little bit, but no boundaries, not like a sheet of paper. It can be flat like a sheet of paper, but it doesn't have any square or whatever boundaries around it. And we're going to take several breaths now. Each exhale, we're going to expand it a little further, but when you inhale, you hold and try to feel the size of your consciousness plane. You're creating a consciousness plane cloud. Try to feel the size of it. And then on the next exhale, you expand it out a little further. Then inhale again and hold. Feel the boundaries, the expanded boundaries. And try to sense the difference, because there will be, when you start really tuning into the sensations of this, there will be a sensation that when it's a smaller plane, cloud, it will be concentrated, right? Where the awareness is more tightly, if the awareness was made of molecules, which it isn't, it's made, let's just call them sparkles of consciousness, they would be more condensed in the smaller plane shape. But every time you breathe and exhale and expand it out, they start to separate a bit. The smaller condensed form of the cloud is very similar in its own way to the type of consciousness you have when you look out on the 3D world. Its little sparkles are much more condensed and they're much more focused in just, a single direction down here. As you expand, inhale and exhale and expand, feel the sparkles of your consciousness plane stretching out further and further and further. Feel them stretching out of the room. Feel them stretching across the state of Arizona. Stop there for a moment. Stop expanding. You can still breathe, but stop expanding. Try to sense, okay, you can imagine the picture of a map of, where you see the little shape that's Arizona. And now imagine you're looking at it from aerial view and you can see your consciousness. It's actually like a cloud plane hanging over Arizona. And now, when you go into that, move yourself from looking at it as if you're looking at an aerial view to sensing. You're back up in there with it. There is a sense of spatial shape-shifting that will come if you work with these kind of techniques enough, where you can feel the expansion and you can realize that is you. You're still cohesive. You're still conscious. You can still think. You can still feel. You can still desire. You can still create things. That cloud of expansion of your consciousness, of yourself, is the beginning of understanding what the God Source consciousness field experiences itself as. We'll only be able to experience the little part of what that means that each of us carries the encryption for. But it is enough to get us out of our heads and out of our bodies. Because once you get into that space, if you move yourself into that expanded over the state of Arizona space, hang in there like a cloud. Imagine a little wind ripples through the earth grids and you can feel yourself going with the wind. You didn't get blown away, you just kind of rippled through you. Feel those sensations. There's a relaxing peace with this. There's also a gentle swaying motion. It's not quite like a river, it's not big waves, it's just a gentle back and forth motion. For some reason, right now, they're saying use the back and forth motion. Feel your consciousness drifting up there. Imagine how tiny your life looks from the perspective of being up there with the God Source consciousness field. It's like having a near-death experience without dying. You look back and you realize, wow, those problems weren't so big at all, were they? Geez, they were just tiny. Gosh, if I'd only known they weren't so big, it wouldn't have bothered me so much. You can learn to move into these spaces. These are spaces you actually pass through when you do have near-death experiences. I had one when I was 18. And there's a very beautiful, peaceful space. And it's before you go into the light and all of that stuff. There's a space where you are free from the biochemical harnesses of the body. You can begin to build the bridge of being able to do that much more fully when we use these techniques. And now that we're moving into activating the Aya flows, and I have to cheat and look at their Ayaye, eternal dream stream flows, we'll have more and more ability to hold the consciousness we have here, but also to hold that greater free identity. That cloud is just the beginning of the part of us that is free, that can go anywhere, do anything eventually, and that looks back on this life and really realizes it's just a tiny little experience. Like, gee, I decided to go to a movie one day, and I got really engrossed in the movie, and then I decided I'd come out and leave the theater because, well, I was done looking at the movie. I can always go back and, be with the movie. But if you can cultivate the ability to have both states consciously, you know you're here, you know you're engaged here, you're fully focused, you're not detaching, yet you are going into a non-attachment space at the same time and holding two perspectives. This can bring a calm into your biochemical realities, into your physical atoms, into the D2 emotional body and the D2 physical body that has not been able to be opened yet in our bodies, in our fields. from this space, they're going to move us into the other two activation levels for Technique 2. Technique 2 is about activating the Ayaya dream stream, which is the moving stream of consciousness from the Aya field, or the God Source Essence field. We're not just going to play with our own cloud now. We're going to move through the passages that have been opened, the ascension passages that have been opened so far, and with the assistance of the YAS crew, I want you to call to mind where we're going. If you remember that one diagram that had just the one large circle with the two smaller Hara body circles in it and the little tiny ones inside of that, we're going to go way up beyond that structure, and we're going to end up sitting outside of it by the end of this journey. We're going to sit outside the cosmic matrix. And that means we'll be opening the passages from every level, because as I've said, we, from the tiniest level, our microcosmic bodies, to the planet, to the solar system, to the galaxy, the metagalaxy, the Vekas, all the way up, those structures exist. So there are the aurora fields on all those structures, there are the YAS fields on all those structures, and there's the little band of the Aya structures. But beyond that, there's just a little band of it until you get to the full outer form of the cosmic matrix structure. We have a bit of a band that we're going to move into first. And when we come back this evening is when we'll see the final code graphs that take us up to the final big circle that is from that circle or sphere, that the rest around you is pure Aya, pure God Source consciousness field. So right now we're entering the first level, the first band on a cosmic level of that. We're going to open those flows, and then we're going to journey to there. And when we do the journey, and by the way, you're still hanging out over Arizona, just so you know. Yeah, it's all right. If you forget yourself, your body will draw you back eventually, so don't worry about getting lost out there. But we are going to, when we go into that, when we finally finish this technique, we're actually going to leave a portion of our consciousness in that space for when we go to sleep, for now, and we'll bring them back, that part of ourselves back, to, when we do, no, say tomorrow, but this evening, when we do the rest of the techniques. Okay, so the first part is activating the eternal dream stream, Yay flows. Just let me look at my notes here for a moment. More like hieroglyphics. Okay. Now they would like us to inhale, and as we inhale, gently bring our cloud back from over the state of Arizona, and bring its plane in and into the room and back down. Inhale it back down, right into the Azure area. And then just gently expand it out a little into that fluffy cloud form inside the chest area. And just breathe normally for a few seconds. Because I'm getting the feeling it takes a little while to download. Where it's like coming in, but it's not there yet. And I can feel like little tingles, like, wait a minute, let me get the rest of my cloud in. Okay, let's just give it a few minutes of normal, not seconds of normal breath. Okay. Now they're going to have us use our little fluffy cloud inside of ourselves, our cloud self, to begin the process of activating the dream stream Yay flows. First, they would like us to charge our cloud self with the Asayas orb reservoir orbs. That's down way in Earth core. So imagine you're going to inhale, and as you inhale up that big bottom current, the chamber that we saw in the diagram, it just inhales snow orbs, the ones that look like a blizzard, and just bring them up just to the cloud and fill the cloud with them. This is actually bringing in that between state of matter, the state of matter that's between the outer domains where we are and the middle domains where the Edens are. That's the Asayas level of matter, and we're actually beginning to change a bit of the encryption of our consciousness cloud by bringing the orb's matter state into it. It allows us to access the aurora continuum, the between state aurora continuums more easily. Now, before we do this breath, just remember what that diagram looked like, where we're going to go all the way to the outside, past the YS field, and as if we're sitting out on the outside of the bubble, right? And that big cosmic matrix. But we're not going to sit out there yet. What we're first going to do is we're going to inhale and as we inhale, we're going to keep our cloud inside of our chest, and we're going to keep the orb flow coming from down below. So we're going to inhale and hold for a moment at the Azure. And now we're going to exhale forcefully upward and push our cloud and the orb stream that's coming up behind it all the way up and out, up the chamber, over our head, all the way up and out, past the YS fields, past every level of them, past all of them, until you get to the YS void of the cosmic matrix. And you're just going to let your cloud hang there for a second and breathe gently. This will probably be too far out for you to actually get any sensation from yet, because the flows haven't been activated yet. So just breathe normally while your cloud, as a fluffy little cloud, is hanging up there. Way up there in the diagram as you're way, 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 way out, past Andromeda, way past all of that. Now imagine that you can put your consciousness again in your cloud, because it is a part of your consciousness, way up there. Imagine your cloud is inhaling frequencies. It's going to go and inhale and contract itself, and as it inhales, it's going to be pulling in some of the frequencies from the YAF field band. And you can visualize them as being gold and silver. Then you can just exhale gently. And for a couple of inhales, just charge your cloud up there with the gold and silver frequencies of the YAS band. Now we're just going to move the cloud just a little bit on the next inhale. We're going to inhale it, contract it, and push it up just a bit as if it's going through the membrane between the YAS field and the Aya, the first Aya band. So inhale and pull the cloud just up a little where it's half and half on each. And then exhale just like a starburst of energy outward. And just breathe gently for a moment. There will be a pop sensation way up there in your cloud. And as a pop sensation occurs, and it's the YAS are assisting us to do that, they're actually transmitting something that will allow this pop to happen. Imagine you're just breathing normally now, but the Aya field is actually drawing your cloud up now. Drawing your cloud up to the outside of the cosmic bubble. Cosmic matrix. Just sense it just for a moment. And now we're going to begin to activate the flows. Observe for a moment while your cloud self is still up there, hanging out on the outside of the bubble, that from the place where your cloud moved upward through that, your Kali column that runs up vertically, way up through, you're still connected to your body all the way through all those universes, all the way out to the outside of the cosmic matrix. You're connected through your chamber. So sit in your cloud for a minute, just as your cloud, sitting on the top there in that amazing space where time is just not real at all. It's real when you're in the matrix, but you're outside the matrix for the first time as a cloud. notice something interesting is starting to happen. There's a little sense of like vibrational movement right down below underneath your cloud where the Waias field is. And now try to hold a 2-point perspective, one in your physical body way down here and one still in the cloud. As the cloud self at the top of your chamber, sitting on the outside of the cosmic bubble, you can kind of turn your attention downward and notice in your chamber, coming from the YS level, it looks like gold and silver rain is starting to fall downward, down your chamber. It's going way down there. And it's almost like it's encrypted as well. It's kind of like a lovely, gentle gossamer rain that goes in like little flashes and spurts, but straight down the chamber. If you used a microscope to zero in on one of those little drops, you would see amazing codes, encryptions, language written that says all sorts of things that have to do with you. Now, keeping yourself as cloud up there, return your attention a little bit down here into your physical body. Try to sense up to where your chamber hits the top of the ceiling, because it goes way past there, it goes all the way up to the cosmos. But try to feel the space where it comes in to the ceiling. In a moment or two, there's going to be the gold and silver rain of the YS fields coming down, the flows of the YS. There's a little bit of a kind of a fuzzy vibration feel, like almost like on the outside of the building, that I can sense it out there, and that will be coming down soon. And they're going to ask us to inhale and hold for a moment, and when it comes, to actually exhale and push it down so it comes in faster. So they'll let us know in a minute. Okay. All right, inhale and hold. And as you inhale, imagine that inhale is actually making the flows of the gold and silver rain come faster. And now we're going to exhale it forcefully and pull those rains down, right down our chambers, right down into the orbit reservoir. And there's going to be a backflow pop that goes shooting right up your chambers all the way up to where your cloud self is sitting outside the cosmic matrix from the orb reservoir. Just breathe gently for a moment. Now we're going to bring our cloud self back down. And there's going to be a very interesting thing that occurs when our cloud self comes back in through the YAS field. Now, the gold and silver rain is still going. Those flows are activated and opened in the chamber, and they're running downward. As our cloud, way up there, sitting now in the Aya, we're going to take some breaths and fill ourselves with the Aya frequency. The Aya frequency itself doesn't have a color. You could use various colors to move with it, just like you can use the name Aya to represent the essence of. But it is best to give it no color, unless it shows you a color. So right now, just imagine you're in this amazing God Source Consciousness Field band, this sea of dreams, this calm sea. And you're just going to inhale by pulling in, as if your cloud has lungs inside of it, and it's going to inhale and pull some of the Aya into itself. Pull it into the center of itself, and then gently exhale it out just to fill itself out. Take a few more Aya breaths. And just fill your cloud with Aya. The invisible, eternal, infinite consciousness. And one more. Now we're ready to bring our cloud self-consciousness back down our chamber and back into our physical body. And as we do this, as our cloud self, now filled with the Aya essence, goes back through that little membrane, that barrier between the Aya field and the YAS field, something really neat is going to happen to the gold and silver rain that is pouring down the chambers. As we move the cloud back, our cloud self back through to where it goes back into the Wayas layers. We're actually going to open a conduit there that will stay open. That will stay open and run the Aya frequencies down through our chambers as an open and active flow that will stay with us from this point forward. But before we do this, I'll give you a little clue. Even though the Aya is invisible, it has no direct colors, of all colors and no colors, just like all names and no names. But as we bring our cloud back down into the Waya field, the Wayas field, it's going to be an interesting interaction that takes place between that invisible frequency and the Wayas frequency, the gold and silver Wayas frequency. As soon as we bring our cloud fully into the top part of our chamber that's in the Wayas band, there's going to be a popping sensation and a big ultraviolet purple burst, like a starburst to the top of our chamber. And all of the rain, the gold and silver rain, is going to become purple rain, UV, purple rain. It is a combination of the invisible Ayas frequencies interfacing with the Wayas that turns the Wayas into the ray of transmutation it's been called before, the ultraviolet ray. And we're going to do this part now and start the purple rain. And then we in the purple rain are going to come back down into our bodies, and then we'll take the next step. And we're not too far away from done at this point, but we need to activate the purple rain. So let's go back up into our cloud self that's still sitting, waiting to come back down into the Wayas field. We're in the Aya. Try to get one last bit of feel for, wow, I'm hanging in the Aya, loving this. Ooh, try to feel the love in this part, because when you get into this space, you seriously might want to go, do I really have to go back down the tube? Because when you really work with these techniques, you will get your consciousness in there where you feel it more real, and you'll realize what a state it really is. It's awesome. But right now, I'm just going to inhale and hold for a minute, and on the exhale, we're going to move our cloud self just a little bit down, but where it's in the top of the tube in the Wayas frequency bands, in that band. And then you're going to feel a little bit of like a rumble, like a thunder that you don't hear but you feel. And then there's a flash and all sorts of little sparks, actually. It's like little sparks of starbursts that are happening inside your cloud. And then, oh, the cloud, all right, inhale now. The cloud is going to contract into itself. And it's going to expand outward to fill up the whole top of the tube. And it kind of flashes in a really neat way. It's flashing the ultraviolet now. And it's almost like radiating it. I've seen certain light effects on like searchlights and stuff that do this type of effect. And that's the effect that I'm actually seeing, where you've got like the ultraviolet purple rays and these like silvery sparkle rays just kind of shining out of the cloud. And in a moment, we're going to bring our at the moment, shining ultraviolet cloud self down, but not quite yet. We're waiting for a release of something. There's going to be a pop, and at that point, it's like we had the little rumble that was the inaudible thunder, and then we had the pops and the flash. There's the lightning. There's going to be a downpour, and this is when the purple rain frequencies just go like a huge, massive downpour with big, huge drops just going to go flying down your whole chamber, inside your whole chamber. And that means down into your whole self, down through your body. And they're going to go right through you and expand, actually, your chamber actually expands around you. So it's not just going through you, but also around you, around your entire body. If you stretch your arms out to the sides, it will go out even like an inch or two past your fingertips. That's how big your chamber will expand to be with the purple rain. So we're waiting for the pop of the purple rain. When the cloud burst goes, there we go. And when that happens, we're going to ride down with it and put ourselves back in as cloud into our Azure area. All right, they're going to let us know when it's going to pop. Okay. We'll inhale right before and hold for a moment. Okay, let's inhale now into our cloud and hold for a moment till they give us the sign. And now just downward. Cloud down, rain down. Stop your cloud right at your Azure area and leave it there. And switch your awareness a bit to feel what's happening around your body. Try to feel the sense of the rain coming down all around you in your chamber. But it's not an unpleasant rain. It's the rain of Aya. And it is purple rain, and it only has that color because of its interaction with the Vayas frequencies. Because otherwise it wouldn't have a color, but it would have a feel. These rains that we've activated now will in a moment or two all on their own pull down a stream of the same ultraviolet color frequency directly from where our cloud was, because now there is an open conduit in our pillar, in our chamber, that goes all the way up into that place sitting outside the cosmic matrix. So in a moment, we're going to get an infusion that is called the Ayaye, which is the dream stream directly from the Aya state, the Aya field. It is the Aya field frequency, but now moving downward in a small stream, smaller than the big rains around you. The rains will stay around you, but there's a small concentrated stream that on its own now, just as you breathe gently, is going to come down. It's starting to release already. It looks neat from viewing it from up there. But it's like this amazing ultraviolet purple stream of almost like liquid energy, but I wouldn't say liquid. Liquid light feels a little different. This feels more watery, or not quite as thick as a gel. It's an interesting feel. Try to see if you can feel it. We'll let you know when it's coming down, and to where it will be coming into the chambers at the height of the ceiling, and that's when we'll go up and use the inhale to grab it a bit and accelerate it. Okay, not quite yet. Okay, now they're saying inhale for a moment. And just hold at your cloud in the Azure, and that inhale motion will accelerate the process of the stream coming down. Feel it enter the Azure, and then on the exhale, you're going to push that stream all the way down, the dream stream, all the way down into the orb reservoir at Earth's core. Just breathe gently for a moment. Try to sense these flows, that once that core flow is down, the rains almost start coming down like a sheet, like a very beautiful thin sheet of water almost, but the ultraviolet water all around you. But also running through you. It's like the sheet water is the skin, but it's just this lovely, fluffy feeling ultraviolet glow that is moving down and all through you. Feel it, try to feel it, and just breathe gently. And as you inhale, feel it go into your atoms and in between the spaces between your atoms. And as you exhale, feel it go out. And as you breathe, feel it cleansing your atoms and the spaces between them. When you breathe now, just when you breathe normally, you will have this activated. The Ayaye flows are now with you and activated. There are ways we will learn to amplify them and to do all sorts of things with them. But right now they are actively activated. And you still have your cloud self that's hanging out at your Azure. And as a final part of this, they would like us to take that cloud self and stretch it out again into our whole body self. Remember, we made it, fill out our whole body. So inhale. And exhale the cloud into our inside of our body shape. Then inhale again and hold for a moment. And exhale and push upward and push our cloud body self up again. Just feet on top of our head. Just her feet on top of our head. Notice now that it too is sparkly, ultraviolet, and silver sparkles. Just breathe normally. And now, with yourself, your cloud self, imagine you're sitting itself in a lotus position, like the cross-legged position. They used to call it Indian style, right? on top of your head, as if your bottom is sitting here, as if your head's to the floor, and you're now sitting down, though, in a lotus position, I'd like to call that. And we're going to inhale for a moment into the azure of your cloud self. And on the exhale, we're going to push a beautiful violet sphere around us, a violet orb. It's a violet orb with silver sparkles twinkling through it, the orb of Aya. And now we'll inhale one more time into our azure up there. And use the exhale breath to push the sphere, our orb of Aya, and our self in the lotus position, all the way up to the place that we went past the YS field and sitting outside in the cosmic matrix. Feel a little bit of nudge as your sphere, your orb, actually touches the inside part of the Waya field before it passes through that little membrane. And when you feel that little bit of nudge of your orb self, inhale for a moment, and then use the exhale to give a little bit of thrust to your orb and push it through. And imagine it pops through and kind of bounces as it settles as an orb with your self sitting in lotus position inside of it, way up there on the outside of the first band of the cosmic bubble in the Aya field. Imagine that your cloud self there is a Buddha. Are you Buddha? Not a Buddha that has to be a Buddhist, but a Buddha self, the Bud self, that is the unification point in the self, in the spirit body. So imagine yourself as whatever kind of Buddha. If you were going to be a Buddha, what would you like yourself to be? If somebody's going to make a sculpture of you or a picture of you as a Buddha, how would you like that sculpture painting to look? It could be anything you want, for now. So just have it hanging out up there. And we're going to leave that part of our consciousness up there for now. And we'll call our Buddhas home later, this evening, when we get the rest of the activations. But when we go to sleep tonight, or this afternoon, whenever it is, when we go to sleep, as you go to sleep and find that little space right before you drop off, where you lose complete consciousness of here, try to take one last inhale breath and exhale your sleeping self, what's going to sleep, all the way up, and join your Buddha self sitting out there. So go into the Aya orb, in the Aya field. Exhale yourself into your Buddha, and go to sleep from there, and begin that process. There'll be times when we meditate from this state too, and have some interesting experiences open up for us. But for now, when you go to sleep, or even if you don't, if you're a person that really can't sleep in the day or something, bless you, I have workshops like these. But even a little power nap, even if you don't get to go all the way under, helps. The body needs to go horizontal, before you go through the next series of exercises, the techniques. So I hope you have enjoyed this much of the activations of the techniques. You have a part of you that now is in open flow with the Ayaye, living eternal dream stream. And you can now project yourself, when you go to sleep, up into the part of you that is hanging out in the Aya field as you go into dream. So we'll see you about 10 p.m. tonight. I hope you have a very nice afternoon. I think it probably is by now almost. And thank you for your patience. Hello. We're not quite done. Yo. Can I? Yeah, okay now. We're not quite done, but I wanted the beloved to say we need to bring us back a little bit and just do a stand-up stretchy thing before we're all out there floating around and our bodies are here sleeping. I almost fell over a couple times. Ooh, there's one part left, I believe, of that activation, right? Do we know how long it takes? Do we know how long that takes? Another hour? Oh, God. Okay. Half an hour. Okay. Yeah, just a little stretchy. We still have about an hour left in the room, so yeah, actually minus 10 minutes, according to my watch. An hour minus 10 minutes. 50 minutes.
So the apprentice thing? Yeah, we can include that.
Yep. It's really cute, isn't it? Okay. Let's wait back up just a little bit before we go through the last part of this. What's interesting is when we did them first, they were done over like a couple days. They weren't all done in one string. So this is kind of super amplifying the whole effect. And I don't know, if, a lot of people looked really happy and like still awake. And I was like almost falling over. It's like, I guess I haven't ran them all together, so I've not been able to physically hold the frequency of that yet, but getting there. So, alrighty, we're going to put the last section on. I'd like to say there's time for a restroom break, but there really isn't if we're going to get through it, with a bit of the music at the end. So we're going to go through the final round, and here we go. Lovis said they're getting ready to beam. They're not beaming yet. They're getting ready to beam. And that basically means that we'll give a okay now when they give me the signal that it's beaming and it's at a strong enough concentration. And as they beam the horizontal gold and silver pillar through, you just put your hands gently like this, like at shoulder level. So in just probably a couple of seconds, they're going to say, okay, go, which means they're transmitting. And what you can do is just put the palms up, and they're saying just gently breathe like in, okay? As soon as we say, now, it's transmitting. All right, give us a minute. 1, 3, and 2, and... Okay, now, just inhale. Hold, and gently exhale. And now it'll move on its own, spreading from front to the back through your horizontal front-back chamber. And just kind of feel it moving through your body. It's almost like a light, sparkly feeling. And just breathe gently. Okay. Now, they're saying to put the palms down and just bend the arms downward a bit, with palms still facing up though. And this is going to have the rod chamber is actually going to bend down with your arms. And just breathe gently. And in a minute, there's going to be a little pop sensation where the orb, the Aya orb, pops around your chest area, and at the same time the rod, your arms can stay down, but the rod chambers pop up. So just breathe gently and watch for the little pop sensation. That'll happen when you've built enough frequency of this transmission coming in. Just breathe gently. Okay, they just said to make it's easier, syncing everybody's biofields so we don't have to wait for 5 minutes for some. They're just gonna they're going to send a frequency through. They'll just pop the IA orbs, and at that same time, your rod chambers, the side ones, will go up, even though your arms stay down. Okay, and they're transmitting the pop code. Try to sense the feeling of the rod kind of gently going up, right to where its normal position is horizontally. Okay, now we're going to put the other code up. This will be code 2, which is the Cosmea code, and it's for the Cosmea activation. This is the level that corresponds to directly in source consciousness field, God source consciousness field. All right. As long as you want the activation, when they'll let you know when it's coming through. This one you don't have to use your palms. You just sit there and know that when the activation comes, they're going to send through the 3 codes that are showing, and triangulate, bounce it off the back of the wall, create an arc that goes up and an arc that goes down. So there'll be an infusion coming from up under your feet, going up, and one coming down from above your head and coming down into your chamber, your vertical chamber. Okay. Oh, they're sending the 3 beams out. I'll let you know when they hit and bounce. Okay, they just kind of splatted and went, split up and down. They almost look like slow motion fireworks coming down. And there will be one current for everyone who has said that they want the activation. And the other ones are coming up from under the feet. Just breathe gently while this is occurring. Now they're saying right here we could actually inhale for a moment into the Azure area, just for a moment. And as we go exhale, we do pop exhale, and it will push out our orb around us to the 12-foot diameter. They said it would do it on its own, but that would just make it would quicken it, would make it happen a little quicker if we, participated directly. They're referring to this as this large 12-foot diameter IA orb as our personal womb of creation, where it is our personal space of the Ayaru, is our personal Ayaru space around ourselves. And a feeling that eventually they're going to teach us how to use this space for more direct manifestation abilities and those kind of things, how to create and discreate things in your hologram. Okay, now we're going to the more active part, part 3, where we are awakening our Ave Avatar Eternal body. Okay, so now focus in the body at the Azure point, at the base of the thymus. And inhale a 6-directional inhale and hold for a moment. And then exhale quickly and pop the Aya flame sphere at the Azure. Ooh, neat. Okay. And now inhale again, 6 directions. And this time move the inhale down to the space halfway between your navel and the bottom of your breastbone. And exhale there. And it opens the Aya flame sphere in that area that fills that entire area. Next, move our attention up to our pineal gland in the center of our brain at our head. And inhale the 6 directions. And then exhale. And it creates the Aya sphere, that space bubble helmet around your head. And now you can breathe normally for a bit. And we're going to visualize or intend, whichever works better for you. You have a small silver self. That's the perfect you, whatever that means. It is a small silver self, perfect you. And it's in your pineal at the moment. And as you breathe gently, notice that on every exhale, it actually is moving itself like it's walking out your third eye until it gets to the end of your space bubble helmet, and then turns around and looks at you. It's about 2 to 3 inches high. And it's silver sparkly. This is your Aya seed, self-seed. Now here's where you just feel as if a gentle wind is blowing back behind you all of the nasty, dirty colored energy that's from all the unpleasant feelings you might have or things stored in your memory, all of those kind of things. You're usually going to cultivate the most joyful, beautiful, free thought of, I am enlightened, I am joy, life is wonderful, existence is wonderful. Those feelings And once you feel, get in touch with those feelings. Is what these feelings you're going to put into your new life, your new self, your self-seed. And just inhale gently when you feel those, when you're happy with the quality of your feeling. And then gently exhale and project it into your seed self. And now breathe gently and put your palms back up around by your shoulders, facing your seed self. And imagine your seed self is doing the same thing in its position, standing in front of you, watching you. And it's very tiny compared to you, so it can't reach its arms down that far, but it will send cords of energy down to your palms. So just breathe together for a moment where your seed self is breathing and you are breathing, with your palms in a remote Patra stance, it's called. Just hold that for a moment. You get to know each other a little bit. And now bring your hands together in front of your Azare. And imagine that your seed self is doing the same. This is where you would make the vow to yourself to not give up on you, to believe in the best of you and in the best of everyone else too. But a vow to not give up on you, that you will stand by yourself and you will learn how to feel the joy of being that perfect you. You can put your hands down now comfortably in your lap. And as you do, imagine that your seed self is walking back towards you, and it gets smaller and smaller as it gets towards your third eye and walks right back in to your pineal. Now, it's time to turn on the shine. Honey, we need to put up code 3, please. Okay, what we're going to do first is, you can look at that for a minute if you want to before we go further. You don't have to inhale it or anything, but you can if you want to. We'll get back to that later. But what we can do first is, we're going to get ready for our seed self, our seed IA self, to expand itself into our atoms and molecules. So let's inhale and hold into the pineal for a moment. And then in a nice, gentle, slow exhale, and feel your seed self expand itself all the way through your whole body, in between the spaces between your atoms and your quarks and your molecules and your cells. Try to feel the sparkly silver sensation, the aliveness, the joy, the cleanness of this energy. We're going to do one more breath, and when we do this breath, we're going to feel the our IA self expand a bit beyond our skin level into our etheric body, about 2-3 inches around you. Inhale and try to feel it in your internal organs too, as if it's coming through your liver and expanding out, so everything has this lovely silvery twinkle to it, this healing field. Now, we'll look at the Kamea code with you, with your image of your body in there, your perfected self. And you can begin to do the gentle inhale breathing, where you inhale it towards you. Every inhale it moves a bit off the screen and towards you. It's mathematical encryption. And then exhale gently and it stops. And then inhale more and bring it towards you more. And notice it's getting really, really huge by the time it gets in front of you. And then bring it just one step more. Once it's in front of you, bring it just a little bit further, where it's right running through your body. and expands all the way out the 12 diameters of your eye orb. Just breathe gently for a moment and try to sense a vibration feeling or a little fizziness happening in just like almost like in the air around you, in the spherical air around you inside your orb as the code is interacting with the Aya frequencies there, or Aya field there. They're going to do a synchronized pop. So let's inhale for a moment. Hold at the top of the inhale. And when we exhale, there's going to be, the beloveds are going to send a pop, and it's going to turn on the shine. And now. As you do this, the Kamea code comes into 3D life in your field. At the same time, you start to have the lovely silver ultraviolet sparkle rays start to come through your skin. Try to feel them coming through your skin and moving in between your molecules and your atoms. Try to get the feel of controlling the shine with your breath. Where when you inhale, you can contract it in where it gets really, really tiny shine. And when you exhale, you pulse it out and it goes. Do a few gentle breaths of just trying to feel that contract, expand. Contract the shine, expand the shine. Almost as if it's washing your atoms as it's going back and forth, like little scrubby bubbles. It's washing your atoms clean and charging them and energizing them. And now just breathe gentle, and your shine will go back to its about 2 to 3 inches around, around your skin, and including the skin around your internal organs and things. And it's also your orb has little shiny spikes on it now all the way around it. They're not spikes; they're just little beams of the shine. Pale ultraviolet and silver sparkles. Now the shine will stay there with you as long as you want it there, and it will stay in your orb with you. At this point, you have your Aya body and your orb, your Aya orb, are activated. When you like to charge your fields or charge your body and help yourself feel, better if you're not feeling great, if you're feeling tired, it's a good time to do a bit of just gentle breathing. You don't have to push it out hard. Just inhale gentle. Exhale with an ah, not a right? And just feel the shine moving. And as it moves, it actually brings you a bit more energy and consciousness. And it relaxes a bit of tension that is in your body. You can breathe the shine anytime, anywhere you want. Even if you're in the middle of a hectic job or whatever, remember to breathe the shine. Because you have to breathe one way or another if your body's walking around. So regardless of the situation, you can train your mind to remember to whenever you breathe, just breathe the shine. You can set it on autopilot, but it's especially important when you're in stressful situations or when you're exhausted or people are harassing you or you're running around like a maniac at work and there's not enough time to get a million things done. That's the time to call to mind the mindfulness of remembering to breathe the shine consciously. And you can calm yourself down by slowing the rate of the pulse of the shine. Because if you get all wound up, it'll be going, and you want to go, right. Nice, slow, deep, easy waves of shine. Because you can go much further when you go deeper than little hyper breaths. All right, we're almost done. Here's what we're going to do, the brief journey for those who'd like to participate, where we bring the Cosmea code into the sphere of Amente. Okay.
No, we don't need to do this part now, because we already did that.
Be aware of your breathing.
There we go.
Now it's time for the Ayaru Covenant. We don't need to do that either. It was done in the other one. Yeah. Just the singing now. That'll amp all of the activations. And one more.
Stop now.
Well, if we're gonna keep doing it, why don't we just get up and move to it too? Alrighty, let's bring it down gently. Look at it. Yeah. Excellent, guys. Excellent. I have a little bit of vision of what we're going to be doing on the beach tomorrow. Yes, except we'll have to do it ourselves because we won't have the recording ability probably. Or will we, on battery? No? Not at the beach? Not on battery even? Huh? No speakers. Okay. So we'll have to be our own speakers tomorrow. We can all be speakers. Yeah. Whew. Well, there. That was good because we didn't have to do those other two parts that had to do with the sphere of Mente because that's already been done. But it gave us a little bit of extra time. So we didn't have to just like run as soon as we finished that part. So, let me catch my breath. Get your breath. Now, as a reminder, the first activation of the thing I can't pronounce yet, wave, the Dana Kohare healing wave will come through at 12:12 a.m. then midnight. And you can be asleep if you need to be asleep because we do have the 8 a.m. Time that we're going on the excursion. So don't worry about it. But if you want to be up, you can. And if like a little group of you want to stay up or something, this is planning to anyway. You can try to like find each other and just go somewhere where there's not like beaming disco music or whatever, and just do a quiet little meditation to it's like. Just breathe it in, know it's coming. Or you could even quietly sing the song if you want to, whatever, without disturbing the ship. So that will come one way or the other. What we did now, created the amplifying shield bank for it. It's like a bank of energy that we just built, so that will call in and direct in the wave that they're sending through. Then have a good night's sleep because we have our first excursion tomorrow, and that is the one to Costa Maya. And again, this is probably going to be one where you might get bits of the incarnational stuff come up. Not heavily. Yep. Hello.
We're moving forward an hour tonight to 12. We're behind. We get an extra hour of sleep tonight. We
Oh, that's right. That's good. We changed the clocks tonight, don't we? Yeah. So what time are we changing them? That's a good question. Why don't we consider it changed from now?
Yes.
Yes. And what will, yeah. So instead, right? Even though we're not technically doing that like for ship schedules and stuff, because we do have to, change the clocks over for daylight. It's the opposite, isn't it? Spring ahead, fall behind, fall behind, right? So we get an hour. So we're going for like quarter of 12 or 20 of 12 now. Let's say it was 20 of 11 instead. All right, so we take it from there, and that would be the 12:12 that it will come in sync with this one, right? Okay, yeah. So pretend we did it yesterday, and it's like 11 now, going for 11 now. All right, that would be the 12:12 that goes with it. Yeah, doesn't that make any sense? Does that help? Does that make it worse? Oh, time dyslexia. Yeah. Anyway, honestly, either of them would work since we set the grounding base. But if people are going to meet, it would help me to understand where you're meeting at which 12:12 time. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know if small groups want to do their thing or people hang out together or whatever. That's because basically when we're not on program in here, I've got a lovely holiday to enjoy while you're here, and I suggest doing that. By the way, we tried the spa, and the massages are wonderful. We had no problem whatsoever. It's the first time we've ever gone any place that there wasn't field issues with who might be massaging and those kind of things. So it is worth if you can treat yourself to a massage or something, it's seriously worth it. The I did the hot rock one, and it was amazing.
It saves quite a bit if you form a pair.
It does?
Yes.
Okay.
Significant reduction.
Okay, so there was a significant reduction if you go in as like a pair of people, like a couples type thing. It doesn't have to be romantic couples, but like two people. There was a discount that applied, so you might want to look into it. I do recommend it.
When they printed their documents, there was coupons.
There were coupons for that,
20% off.
for 10 or 20% off.
Yeah, and they're in the booklet. booklet that we sent out.
In the booklet that you sent out, the learning, in the packet that was sent out from Learning Through Travel, there should be coupons for reductions on those. So it really is worth it. Especially when we're getting to move into like physical stuff, where we're going into grid work and excursions and those kind of things. And especially on the day when we go to Rotan, where there's people going to be zip lining. You might want to line one up for after that one, right? Right. Probably half the boat or ship will be doing that. Whoever's going on the zip lines will probably already schedule the massages in for the night after, for that evening when we get back. So it's just a suggestion, because I found it very helpful. I didn't feel well when we started this trip. I've just been overworking to death actually at home, and we're working on house renovation stuff again still. And I've been doing all-nighters and all that kind of stuff. And I really felt like achy, and my neck was hurting and my back was hurting. It went out like twice last week and things like that. I'm thinking, this is not the greatest way to go on a physical tour like this. So we did try the spa, and it was just like amazing. I felt alive. As soon as it was done, I was like, wow, I haven't felt this alive in over a month and a half. So, that's the only reason I recommended it. It was like brought me back to the living. So as far as the rest of the things we're going to do, we are going to be, when we get into the day 5 where we have the 3 hours again here, we will have the high-tech version of Mylars. Some more of them they're probably going to give them between now and then. They have to do with the Tarakiti field, and we'll understand more about what that is, what its relationship to our karma is, as far as race karma, but also personal karma, and how to begin working with clearing that. There's also something that has to do, I felt it, they didn't tell me exactly what yet, has to do with the DNA and being able to put a DNA filter on your own DNA, so it will actually automatically, as your DNA connection to your other selves in time begins to open, it will automatically filter off the DC, let's call it the DC layer, where it will transmute that so it doesn't come active in the DNA. It will be an ongoing, like an ongoing cleaning process, like a filtering system. So I have a feeling there's going to be a lot more that we're going to learn, and there's some things that are going to happen on site, I'm getting this now, that we'll be talking about in that workshop also, because we have two excursions before that workshop occurs, and we'll be having some interesting things that occur in both of them. And again, the beloveds are saying to remind us that try not to spread too far apart when we do this, because we are going into territories that there is the 3D warning on, as far as Americans particularly. But that doesn't mean just because you're with Americans, it's probably like, guilty by association, so don't consider you're safe just because you have an accent of some kind, that isn't American, right? Just don't be fearful and worried and paranoid about it. Just be mindful, and try to stick, like close with the group, and we'll try to keep the group, the groups together and that kind of thing. It'll be interesting to see our experience, because I have a feeling we're going to do something like that, but in a circle at the Roatan Beach. That's supposed to be a private beach that we've got permissions to use. I don't think anybody'd bother us there. Can you imagine trying to do that? You see the whole bunch of us in a circle doing our thinking, oh, no, not them. Right? And we'll build a huge protection field as well. That's all. They've showed me little clips of there, as long as the place facilitates doing this, and the atmosphere feels right, like there's no weirdness happening in a negative way that would be a threat to the group or anything, that we would sit down and we're going to do this very neat, it's a journey, but it's also the race karma clearing thing. And they're not telling me exactly what that looks like, but it's going to be like a group experience where we assist in the planet clearing the angelic human race and part of the Leviathan race karmic imprint, the DC imprint, out and releasing that. And I have a feeling that's going to be quite emotional. There's something we're going to pick up. Okay, and there's another thing coming through right now. There's something we're going to pick up in, where are we going first? To the Costa Maya. That's where we're actually going to pick up codes that are to be dropped at the Roatan place. That's why they liked this cruise, because it had the right sequence of where you went when. So we're going to do a pickup tomorrow when we go, and that just means we'll be in certain sets of grids, and you may find yourself activating because of your cellular memory or whatever with the karmic imprint. But it could be good too. Don't expect it to be like, oh no, I just like found my dead Mayan self or something, Yeah, like don't worry about it. But we're also going to be doing a pickup of keys from those grids. And just by us being there with the activations we have now and with the ones coming through tonight, it will trigger the backflow from the earth grids from that site. And this is where the Green Dragons are going to begin their handover, of part of the mother Mayan grids, the mother grids of the Mayan temple complex. And then we will be delivering that on the next day, on the next excursion when we do the Roatan. And from what Dara had explained with the Roatan one on day the next day, day 4, we can do both if we want to. We can do both the zip line and the monkey experience. Now the monkey experience, of course, has to do with the Tothian host and those kind of things coming through on the Green Dragons. I'm going to go there, if we can do both. But I'm also going to try to do the zip line, unless I get a dream or something that I shouldn't try to do the zip line. I don't know. I'm going to be going, I don't like roller coasters. So I don't know. But Asan's going to do the zip line trip. And I think my daughter Spree is going to do the zip line trip and a number of other people. So how do they arrange that, Dara? Do they have to talk to somebody on the boat? Or just through you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have everybody signed up for it.
Okay.
You don't want it, tell me that morning and we'll make other arrangements, but.
Okay. So we were going to stay at for the people who do want to, they can leave the beach. But the people who are not going to take it, stay at the beach?
I
Okay.
think I have to play that by ear when we get there.
Okay.
The communication, he writes very sporadic English.
Okay.
All I know is I paid the fee.
Uh-oh.
And we're showing up, and we're gonna have what we need to have.
Right.
So when I get on site, I'll probably use the headsets to give a little bit of instruction.
Good. Yes. Bring your headsets,
Yes.
please. All right. So ideally that day, what we're going to be doing is getting off the boat, going to that private beach,
Yes.
and then having a barbecue or something for lunch.
You
Right.
do the work we need to do.
And do the grid work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At barbecue lunch.
Okay.
And then the other.
Yes. And this is as long as everything works out as to plan. Yeah. When you're traveling, you never know. When you're traveling in foreign countries, you never know what might get changed because somebody else changed it, and no matter how much you stomp your feet and scream at people, it's not going to make a difference. But if this goes well, this is the plan for day 4. And the people who want to go ziplining can then go that afternoon, right? And those who don't will either be able to hang out at the beach or maybe go someplace else. And then we're going to meet back together to see the monkeys? Yes. Okay. So that's basically the plan for that day, right? Okay. All right. So I think that's the technicals on that part. I'm looking forward to, probably as you are, of finding more about the Tarakiti and what is the Tarakiti awakening, because they're referring it to the Tarakiti awakening begins the Tarakiti attunement. And it's also atonement, where you're harmonizing, like literally, your entire Rasha and etheric pattern, but not just with you, with all of yourselves in time, and beginning to permeate those boundaries and get into that eternal time space where you're not divided up in between different space-time zones, which are really just different vibrational zones or different points of oscillation in the same consciousness field in the matrix. So there should be I think there's going to be a number of techniques associated with them, with this process. Some of them will probably be in that workshop. Some will probably show up on the road as we go when we're doing the tours. So I hope you have an enjoyable time while you're with us. Thank you so much for coming, because if it weren't for you guys, we couldn't do trips like these that get us to the grids, that get a majority of people running these frequencies that you've been working so hard to learn to run into the grids where they are needed. It feels to me sometimes, me and Asan, like it's like being in the military of some sort, where now you're stationed over here, now you're stationed over there, now you got to do a recce or reconnaissance over there, that kind of stuff. It's a little bit like that for us, yeah. But in the trenches, yes. We appreciate very much that you join us with this, because without the power of all of you guys coming together, there wouldn't be enough power in just 3 little bodies called 3 speakers on the grids to keep the gates open as we have been for as long as we have so far. This is a big mission. This one has to do with the gravitron and the Christ blend wave coming into the gravitron, so we can hold part of it in a Christic stance so it can't be used to cause the final flip. Once that's done, we are like green light going through to 2012, and there won't be a pole shift. This is the only little that's in the way now, and there's something else in India, and that's why they're sending us to India in 2011, and I'm not sure what that's about. There's something important, but it's not about the staff. We'll secure the staff on this one, and they haven't, it's like mum's the word at the moment about why they've asked us to go back to India, because that's a grueling trip. It's beautiful, it's wonderful, but it's a lot of flight time from here anyway, from America, And it's an expensive trip. It's a long trip. So we'll talk more about that probably at FOL. We're actually going to talk. They're going to give us a little bit more about what India is about because it's connected to what we're doing at FOL. But we're here now, so let's enjoy our Mayan trip. Yeah, it's like, but we're coming into the countdown. December 2012 is not too far away. And we are making a difference, and you are making a difference to this planet in a huge way. Most people don't think about the future, seriously, the future evolution of the human species. That is what we're dealing with here. Whether ascension ever is possible for this line of human species ever again. So it is huge work. It is so big that most people will just go, yeah, right, whatever. Can't even think that large. It is that large, but our spirits are that large. So I thank you for coming. I thank you for being here. Please enjoy the beauty of this wonderful ship that is not a boat, it's a ship. She's a ship. She's huge, right? And it's kind of interesting. I know there's a lot of wacky sounds and stuff, like you have the wacky music out on the deck, bang, bang, bang. You have the crazy energies flying around in the casino, as always when you have anything like that. But at this point, you don't need to worry about that. When we didn't have the Metatronic MetNet activations done, it could still trigger more things in it. Most now it'll do is give you a headache on a biological level. It's not going to trigger more Metatronic stuff. So feel free to enjoy it. If you like to dance, do one of the disco-y things that they do, or allow yourself to mingle and enjoy. Oh, and by the way, I was getting this as we were running this technique, and just getting the feel that people were watching us all of a sudden. If anybody asks, and it's okay, if anybody asks, well, what is your group about? And said, well, we're a meditation group. And if they say, are you, TM? They say, no, I am. And if they ask what that is, you say, infinity meditation. You have transcendental meditation for TM. Well, we're infinity meditation. So we're I am. Simple answer, right? Keep it simple. Meditation group, not the TMers, the IMers. Yes. Done, right? So if anybody asks questions or whatever, you can keep it as light as you want with that simple thing. Meditation group, oh, okay, whatever, right? Then you're just considered normal and not, yeah. Infinite. Or eternal. You could do EM. Or So anyway, I think, how close are we? Yeah, we're in range now, and I think I'm.
Can we start off with them then?
With M? What?
Start with them.
M?
Yeah.
I don't know. Kind of neat. We're an M group. What's an M group?
Transharmonic eternal meditation.
T. We can't use T's. Because yeah, a them group. THEM.
Yeah.
You could do that. I won't remember that. Transharmonic what?
Huh? Eternal.
Eternal. Yeah. Transharmonic Eternal Meditation Group. A them group. Right, yes.
Well,
I'm happy with I. It was simple to remember, so I'm just going to do. What kind of meditation do you do? I am. I am meditation. Yes.
I am this meditation.
Okay. So unless you have anything more to say,
no,
I'm actually
just
done,
to
and I
thank
think I'm
everybody
like
for being here.
6 minutes early or something like that. So, whoa. Yeah. All right. Thank you guys for being here. Thanks for going through that meditation with us. See you in the morning. Oh, here we go.
Urtu and Calais. De Geneva, De Salasso, and Petra down the prairie. De Diorco, Tradila, Orentaro, Dehetur, Cum Sai Ho Durateta, and the Humun Crystale, Cum Sai Ho Durateta, Actrius, Cum Sai Ho Durateta, Aquari, Cum Sai Ho Durateta, Aquari, Cum Sai Ho Durateta, Atur, Cum Sai Ho Durateta, Adame, Cum Sai Ho Durateta, Iane, Cum Sai Ho Durateta, Ayani, Kote, Cum Sai Ho Durateta, Ushai Durosete, Cum Sai Ho Durateta, Ushai Hamakakura, Cum Sai Ho Durateta, Utarore, Bendiduro, Amesha, Utarore, Aquion, Bendihale, Ishandue, Utarore, Aquion, Bendirame, Rata, Entu, Utarore, Aquion.
Okay, we've been told that we have to skip the banishing part and use the media bridge. Just here, just now. Okay. Handing over.
Now the crystal river of eternal first creation, bring forth now the healing waters of the Edens Umshadi. Bring forth now the gentle wind song of the sacred unison. Bring forth here the radiant starlight of the eternally starborn. Let the crystal river flow unto my doorstep. Let the crystal river cleanse and heal my soul. May the crystal river love song, all-embracing, emerge now from my Christed crystal core to softly call me home. Diva Anture, Vista and Tau, Rehavea un Cristo. Diva Anture, Vista and Tau, Rehavea un Cristo. Diva Anture, Vista and Tau, Rehavea un Cristo. Ashalom Ta Akashadur, Ashalom Ta Akashadur, Ashalom Ta Akashadur.
Straight to B2, 3 full rounds from here.
B2 Atate, Shante Uetate, B2 Atate, Ishanu and Ashale, Ishmael and Tedurete, Isala and Teshadure, Samuel and Talisha and Deutalehi, Isabel and Sunurate, Lava Uishmael, Urdu and Eshashari, Lava Uishmael, Israel and Sadekari, Ita Urdu and Tisharadare, Ipate and Teshadure, Nisala and Yusha and Teshmani, Etutela Yudale, Namu and Etate, Shabate Uetate, Itu Etate, Ishanu and Ashale, Ishmael and Tedurete, Isala
simply send the blessings of the healing wave down into the earth at this site with a special prayer for the sacred Maya and their peoples, forward and backward in time and present. And feel the gift of returned love from the earth center. Yeah, come. Hello. We just, we've got one of the Mayan elder that takes care of the site is communicating and said, giving us thanks back. And I can't really understand him because I don't understand ancient Maya, and it's a dialect of it. But beloveds are translating, he's saying, thank you, the gift is received, and there's a gift in return for those who want to accept it, and it's just going to be a little spark of energy that you'll be able to take to the next site. It is a key to the next site. So if anybody, whoever wants to receive that, to be a carrier, basically, to bring that over to the next site, we can just, for a moment, and you may feel a little tingle or not.
The first one coming down.
No, ready, look.
They're not ready.
Can we begin, please? Okay, beloveds. Viva Enture!
Viva
Entel! Rehavea Cristalo! Iraho Eterna! Have! Itutore! Enchahe! Nuvo Eta! Entaro! Siva Bene! Urtu Encare! Dehi Niva! Isaleso! Enduetra Don Aquari! Dehi Urtu! Tre Diva! Urentaro! Dihatur! Cum saeho dureteta enta hum cristale. Cum saeho dureteta aquios. Cum saeho dureteta aquafari. Cum saeho dureteta aquari. Cum saeho dureteta hato. Cum saeho dureteta adone. Cum saeho dureteta iane. Cum saeho dureteta iane mahuete. Cum saeho dureteta ushale zunzurete. Cum saeho dureteta masayahana aquion. Cum saeho dureteta uterore. Pende duro ameja uterore aquion. Pende hale isa nua uterore aquion. Pende rame raka gentu uterore aquion. Bring forth. Bring forth now the crystal river of eternal first creation. Bring forth now the healing waters of the Edon Dumshadi. Bring forth now the gentle wind song of the sacred unison. Bring forth here the radiant starlight of the eternally starborn. Let the crystal river flow unto my doorstep. Let the crystal river cleanse and heal my soul. May the crystal river love song all embracing emerge now from my Christed crystal core to softly call me home. Diva inture ista endao, reavea cristalo. Diva inture ista endao, reavea cristalo. Diva inture ista endao, reavea cristalo. Ashalamta akashado, ashalamta akashado, Ashalam Ba Akashado. Turn me on now. Was it on before? Thank you. Okay, can everybody hear me all right? Yes, everybody good? Good, yay, okay. That's a first. Usually there's a few people like, no, I can't hear you. All right. Now, this morning, the beloveds gave me a transmission on more of the information about what the grid work is about today. We know that the grid work involving this cruise, the 3 different sites, involve the ancient Maya sites and their connection to the gravitron, and that we have been progressively activating grids in order to bring in the Crystal River blend wave into the Metatronic wave to offer the host to the Green Dragon races and the other races that would not be able to reach the host otherwise. This site is not just a Mayan site, and this is information I knew there was something heavy on security clearance that they hadn't given me any indication of, but they did this morning. More of the technicals involving this will be covered in the workshop in the boat tomorrow morning. But what I can explain so far, paraphrasing what the information that they have given me, is the Rotan site is not just connected with the Mayan grids, which it is. It doesn't have ruins or anything on it, but it has a direct interface connection through the ley lines and such to the Mayan temple networks that were part of the core Metatronic crew. Actually, they're part of their core grids of broadcast. These grids go back to another point. These are connected into what we're just learning the word, the Terakiti grids. The Terakiti grids, as far as on a planetary level, are something they've not introduced before. They have to do with the grids we've spoken about before in the other workshops when we talked about the 12 ancient arrow sites of the Elohai and also the 12 spanner gates, the arc hub gates and the spanners that go with them. There are a set of 3 core gates on the Aurora Earth side that are called the Terakiti gates. These 3 gates allow for the blending of the frequencies of the corresponding numbers of the 12 ancient arrow sites and the 12 spanner arc hub sites. So it allows for those gates to actually blend and create a much stronger frequency. That frequency will be needed in order to hold the gravitron from its 55 activation in 2012. There's also much more to this information that has to do with what the Terakiti field is itself. And we have those within our bodies, and so do planets and galaxies and everything. We'll learn more about the technicals of the Terakiti and its corresponding, let me see if I can pronounce it again, Dana-Kohare, which is the disharmonic layer of that we will be clearing. With the grid work that we're doing here today, we are going to be opening the first Terakiti gate in Aurora Earth, and it comes up through this site. That particular gate has a direct connection to a certain period in history of Earth's history, and they have explained that the people who are drawn to come on this trip were people that have one of their 4 primary incarnates. You know how we have 12 incarnates, but you have 4 faces of the soul that would, you're one of them and there would be 3 others. One of your primary incarnates has the codes to this certain period in time that I'll mention in a minute, to what are called the Cosmea Keepers, the Keepers of the Cosmea Flame. And these particular groups, there's 3 different levels of them. This one set goes with the gate that corresponds to here, to the Roatan area. The other one corresponds to a site in India, and hence our 2011 India trip. And there is another one that corresponds to the final one. There are 3 levels of the Terakiti and 3 gates that go with that. The third one is actually in Bora Bora. So in 2012, we're going to be doing a trip to Tahiti to get to Bora Bora, because it's right off there. So this is part of this larger grid structure that is essential in fulfilling the Metatronic freeze, basically, on the planetary MetNet 55 activation for December of 2012. There's going to be a lot more to talk about as far as details and things and understanding the Terakiti and what that means on a personal and mass level. But there are several things that we're going to do today while we are here. And the first is at 12:12 a.m. this morning, we received the second I can't say it fast yet, Dana-Kohare healing wave number 2.
and we receive that in our shield. We're going to be transmitting and anchoring that here into the site. After we do that, and remember that I explained before that the DC healing wave actually begins the transmutation of that DC layer. So when you open and activate the corresponding Tarakiti layer, it doesn't kick up the karmic imprint from that period, both planetary and personal. So we've got the healing waves. The two healing waves will anchor. Once we anchor those, then they are going to run a live journey. This journey is to the particular, we talked about quite a few workshops ago, the hidden cities. One of them was the one that went with Arrow 12 site, which is in the Mayaca, Sarasota, Florida area, up at the lake area there. That one was called a Mayasan. There's another one that they're revealing today that's corresponding to the Roatan site. That one is called, let me see the phonetic spelling. Let me find it. Janaputae. And it's JHEN-NA-PU-TA-A. Janaputae. That is the name of the hidden city that they're going to take us on a journey to. Now, when they do this, I don't know how it's going to unfold because they're going to run it live, which means they show me and walk me through it, and I give the narrative on what it looks like, what we're seeing, and what is occurring. When we do this, we're going to connect with a group of the Cosmea keepers that are active now in this time frame there in Janaputae on this site, in this site. And we're also going to connect with the part of ourselves that is the other incarnate of our four that holds that role of being one of the Cosmea keepers of the flame in the period of 22,326 BC. So the period of time that corresponds to this particular gate activation and the period of karma that will be coming up and clearing, that we will be bringing into transmutation, is the period that runs from 22,326 BC, which was the last failed stellar activation cycle, and it was also the period that historically was known as the Iani massacre, when there was massive invasions, air raids and those kind of things that came in. From that period until the period of between 13,400 BC Great Netting through to 9558 BC Final Fall of Atlantean period. So that is the block of karmic imprint that of the Dane Kohare that is going to be brought up and brought into transmutation. To do that, we're going to anchor the healing waves, but they're also, once we do this journey, there's going to be an activation here on this site of 1/3 of what they're referring to as the flame of Cosmea. And it's really funny. They showed me something about 2 days before we left for Miami to pick up this cruise. They showed me, they took me actually into a Mayasan, and then they took me somewhere else from there, and I didn't know where it was. Now I do. They showed me this amazing standing flame, like standing pillar, but it's not like a Akasha shape like most of the flames that we work with. It was just this massive pillar that you couldn't see where it ended or where it started. It was vertical, and it had these spiraling rings of energy flying around it. And what was really funny, waking dream-wise, when we got on the boat and I looked at that chandelier, it was like a freeze frame version of it. So at least we have an image that gives us an idea of what the structure of this pillar looks like. One of those is going to be opened here, and that will actually take the healing waves, amplify them, and allow the karmic imprint not only of our own selves to begin connecting, which means the barriers in memory will start to come down in the DNA between first those other three selves and ourself, and then it'll progressively work up to the four faces of the oversoul and the avatar and the whole bit. But on the planetary level, it is beginning that same process. It is beginning to clear and transmute and turn directly into Mane light, the actual embedded karmic imprint of the period of race history and earth history that occurred between 22,326 BC and the fall of Atlantis in 9558 BC. So this is the first leg of that journey. The other two trips that are coming between now and 2012, each will do another period of time. The India trip has to do with, I believe, the karmic releasing and clearing the karmic imprint from between 9558 BC to the present time. So that will be pretty intense probably because of the connection directly to the present. And then the one to Bora Bora has to do with the period of time from about 48,000 BC to 22,326 BC period. And it has to do with the Lemurian fall of Lemuria and that kind of stuff. So we're not just clearing these imprints. These karmic imprints exist within our bodies as sets of miasms that we've talked about before in the Kathara manual and all of those things. But when we get to the Tarakiti level and the Dana
kohare, this harmonic part of that, it is actually that imprint that exists between the rasha body and the etheric body, is actually that codes the whole miasmic pattern into the light body structure, the atomic body structure. So there will be a portion of our atomic bodies that will begin going into transmutation again and release and turning back into Shalaya light as we get these particular activations. So as we work to heal the planet, we're also getting the healing ourselves. I know it's hot out here, so they're not going to make it a long journey. We'll have a journey tomorrow also when we're in the more comfortable area of the boat. And let's hope that the captain doesn't need to speak to us during the journey, because that could be a little disruptive, but whatever. So what they basically want us to do now is, with that little bit of forerunning as to what we are doing, realize that when there will be a certain point in this technique that they're going to run live in this journey, that you will have encounter, and you can do, like, imagine Patra stance, where you stand like this. If anybody doesn't know Patra, it's one person's this way and the other is facing them with their palms in the same way, so you're touching palms. You'll have a Patra stance moment with the portion of yourself, and it will be the divine blueprint of the portion of yourself, so you don't take on their karmic imprint from whatever that time is, but the one that holds, that is literally one of living right now as a priest, a Cosmea priest in the 22,326 BC Eoni massacre period. You'll be given the codes to the temples that will allow you to take those time frame codes and go into the next sites in Cozumel and create a link in to before the graviton was actually it was already seeded, but it wasn't as powerful as it has become since then. So you're going to have a code pickup from your own self that is yourself in that time. You may or may not get an image on what that self looks like. It may just appear to you as a light being, or you may get some detail where you can tell if it's male or female, or if it has a robe, or what they look like. So there will be a point in time where you do receive that. Before we do that, they're going to have us take the keys that we were given yesterday from the Mayan, the Mayan elder that was guarding the site at Costa Maya. And we're just going to take those keys and just use a few Christic breaths and run them into the ground and set them in before we begin the activation of the pillar and the journey and all of that. So for a moment, let's just remember that we have those keys. Try to put yourself back into the circle yesterday where we received them, and we received them this way just to make kind of body imprint of yesterday and today. And then bring them back down, and activate them by inhaling and blowing a blue spark out of your Azure directly into your palms where the keys are held. You can do a couple if you feel it needs amping. And then simply taking your palms and placing them on the sand and running them down with the intention of earth core. Okay, and I'm going to cough, so I'm going to take this off for a minute. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Next. I'm listening. They're telling me what to do next. Okay. All right. Next they will have us call to mind our 12-foot diameter spheres, our Aya spheres. And also to take a few breaths to turn on the shine like we did in the technique set the first day. Whereas that violet silver shine that comes out between the cells and atoms. All right, and now they're going to show me the first sets of visuals that go with the journey. They're saying for this journey we will simply use our Aya orb self by inhaling it, using the inhale to contract our Aya orb from around us, just a portion of it. Part will stay around, and the core will go into a small ball inside of our chest area. And that's what we will use to travel our consciousness in for this particular journey. And this is again the journey to Janapatae. Right, inhale and hold. And on the exhale, use the exhale to push your orb down
through yourself down into earth core. Just breathe gently for a moment. And they're saying to just repeat these words. They're going to give us a word string. It's a command string that's going to take us in through the Tarakiti field of the planet. It's going to take us into the Janeputae city, hidden city of Aurora Earth. Now let me see what the words are. Ajura en.
Ajura en.
Ite aso me.
Ite aso me.
Dija en or.
Dija en or.
Ruhe.
Ruhe.
And just breathe gently for a moment. They said they could elongate this journey if it weren't such uncomfortable physically, but it's going to get very, very hot for a real long one. So they will take us back to this place when we're in the more cool setting of the boat tomorrow. So they're going to run the short version, in other words, so we don't all die of heat stroke while we're trying to get there. Now, the code words have been given. Imagine our Aya spheres down in Earth's core as a cluster, one for each of us, and imagine them in a color of the violet silver, like flickering violet silver color. In a moment we're going to take a breath. We'll inhale, and then when we exhale together, we'll create a group orb around the collective of our orbs. We'll still have our own little orbs in there, but we'll create a group traveling machine, basically, orb. So, all right, inhale and contract energy into your heart chakra, actually, they're saying. Okay, and when we push out, we will make a large orb around the cluster of our orbs down in Earth core. Exhale. Okay, now breathe easily and try to imagine that your consciousness, a part of your consciousness, is awake and aware within your personal Aya orb down in Earth core. And they are going to run the first level activation through of the Tarakiti field activation, and it's going to feel like a vibration that's way down in Earth's core, but you may feel it in your cells in your body, or especially in the liquid in your body, because of your Aya orb being down in Earth's core. So you may feel this like vibration around you here, even though it's actually way down in Earth's core. Okay. I just felt a little bit of it. I don't know if anyone else has. All right, and now they're showing me that around our travel orb down there in Earth's core, there's this big opening occurring all the way around it. And it looks like dark inside. I can't see anything, but it's like our orb is sitting there, and this hole is opening around it. And there's all sorts of interesting sounds coming from the Earth grids all over the planet. They're talking to each other somehow. Probably learn more about that too eventually. Okay, now try to feel the sensation as our travel orb is actually sinking and moving downward. And it's going into an area that is completely like surrounded just by velvet blackness. It's no longer in Earth's core, it's somewhere in between. It's entering Aurora Continuum, actually. And there's going to be a pop sensation that they said you may feel in your heart chakra, which means you're accessing on the astral level. All right? And when that pop feeling happens, our orb is actually going to end up in this new space that is the Janeputae city, hidden city in Aurora Earth. So try to sense when this pop happens. It'll let you know when we've, seen it and felt it. Some may feel it earlier than others, they said. Okay. All right, I just felt it. So anytime after that, if anybody hasn't, you'll feel a little pop. But it means we've popped through. We've gone hyper-dimensional, trans-dimensional, and we are focused as an energy field now down in this area of Janeputae. Around us now are gathering a collective of 144 priests. They are the Cosmea keepers of the current time. They are aware of our records even if we are not. They are aware of who each of us was, the incarnate we have that was also holding that position in the 22,326 BC period. All right. Try to imagine now that we all step outside of our orb down there, and we have a replica self, the same size as ourselves here, that steps outside. Even though the travel pod, the travel orb, is waiting for us in the middle, we step outside of it and actually pop up and materialize down there. And we're standing in a ring now around our travel pod, and around that is the ring of the 144 of the current Cosmea Keepers. They're going to hold a field and facilitate the link through the Tarakiti field of the self that was the Cosmea Keeper back in that other time. So they're actually just going to stand there. Okay, they're going to stand there, and then they're going to turn into just like a pillar of oscillating light. And through that, you'll be able to see the form at the same size as you, even though it probably wasn't historically, but same size as you, of the other self that was your direct incarnate. For some of you, it will be a direct adjugate twin. For others, it will be like the adjacent twin, but it's all part of your four faces of the soul. Just try to sense that being there, that other self of you there, and imagine yourself. You can do Patra stand here if you want to, while sitting, but with the palms, and enter Patra stand with the self of you down there through the field that was one of the current guardians of those spaces. And try to sense the feeling of the palms on your palms here. In a moment, we're going to be asked to inhale. When we inhale, we will be inhaling through our palms the codes from that other self in that ancient time. Okay, 1, 2, and 3. Inhale slowly and gently through the palms, pulling the codes. Hold at the top of it. You can then bring your hands into a simple praying hands position in front of your Azure. Same thing with your replica self down there. And then exhale gently. You've received the codes. Just exhale gently in general. And now we're going to take those codes and imagine ourselves again that we are still standing in a replica physical form of ourselves down there around our travel orb. And imagine now that we're each going up and together putting our two palms on the travel orb. And there's an energy field that's going to be set at the same time by the 144 current Cosmea Keepers. We're going to do a certain breathing thing. They'll combine their energy field with the energy we're transmitting into our travel orb, and that is going to pop the first 1/3 of the flame of Cosmea. And that will come up as a massive pillar that is much, much bigger, but resembles the structure, the visual structure of that chandelier on the boat. So, okay, let's inhale and hold into the Azure. And from both our physical selves here and our projection selves down there, exhale and send those codes from our Azure through the palms into the travel orb. And just breathe a few more gentle breaths. Do one more amplify the shine breath. And then one more transmit the last of the codes into the travel orb. Now they will have us just breathe gently, and now we're going to squish our travel self up into a little speck of light and re-enter our small travel orb within inside the big one. And we're going to come back up in a minute. So sense your consciousness now inside of your small Aya orb, inside the large travel orb. There's going to be a 3-point activation sent by the beloveds to the current keepers in Janapatae. As our travel orb goes up, it will leave a stream, almost like a jet stream going down, of the codes that we have just pulled into there, pulled into it. And we will come up and come back here, and that information, those good codes and keys, will go into the active flame, and it will bring the flame up here, and it will actually expand out really, really rapidly, as if the if you're using that image of the chandelier and the boat, as if that center pillar started out looking about that big, but then expanded the whole thing out and went massive, and it will just keep going. It's going to keep going. They didn't say what diameter yet, but that whole structure is going to keep going. It'll keep that type of proportion, though. So this is what's going to happen when we take our breaths to bring ourselves and our travel orb back up here and bring ourselves back into this body. Those are the activities that are going to be taking place simultaneously. All right, so we just need to focus now on bringing ourselves in our Aya orb, in our collective travel orb, back up. So we'll inhale and hold for a minute. Doing the same with your orb down there. Inhale and hold. And when we exhale, it's going to push our travel orb back up, and it's going to emerge in the center, and our own individual Aya orbs will come right back to us. So, and okay, good. All right. All right, now I'm hearing a fizz, like a fizzy sound, because we've got our orb capsule up and we've gone back into ourselves. Now there's a fizz happening, and a rumble way down low in Janapataya. All right, whoa, there it goes. Okay, the small, like chandelier-sized pillar just came up in the middle, and now it's just going to start expanding on its own. Now, the part of our energy that we brought back with that also has these codes now. It means we can access this flame. We can bring this flame to the other temples, Amaria temples that we've been activating in other sites. We'll learn how to use that more. But as far as what needed to be done on site here, we have just accomplished that, assisting the beloveds in doing that. We have opened the first Earth's first Tarakiti gate, which will allow the blending of the time wave into the past period. This one, 22,326 BC, to the Atlantean period, 9558 BC. This will also begin the process of purging any of your miasmic karmic imprint that is left from those periods within your cellular structure. They're going to teach us tomorrow, I think, how to use a bit more of this on a personal level as well. Now, to end this and to seal the grid activations, this is going to take on a whole life of its own. As we're going on our journey and going on our zip lines, it's going to be doing its thing. The zip lines, for those who want to do them, it is a very good way to spread the shine. And now your shine contains the codes that go with this site. And we'll learn more about the importance. This is a very, very significant site. And so are the other two, the one in India and the one in Bora Bora. I had to look on a map. Where's Bora Bora? It's Tahiti area. Okay, so this is very important. We've got it activated. I don't know how many of you can see it, but I can see it, and it's already expanded backwards, almost going through. It's circular. We're not a circle, so it's more like an eye in the middle of the oval that we are, but it's going to go past us soon. It's like the eyeball running this way, so it'll expand through the people on the sides first. If you feel a little wave ripple through you, it's as the pillar is expanding. It'll take a bit longer for it to reach the people on the long ends, but it will come through. While that pillar is expanding, and if you imagine on that chandelier, those coils that are around it, right? Imagine that, but not stationary. There's two cross currents that almost wind like DNA at different angles that are starting to flurry around it. I wonder if we're going to get rain on it. Well, maybe it'll be purple rain if we get rain. Yeah, anyway. All right, so you'll feel the wave probably when we go into the B2 song, because they want us to close with the B2 song, and then just 3 rounds of the Aya song after 2 rounds of the B2 song. Okay, so 2 rounds of B2 and 3 rounds of the Aya song, and then the grid work will be considered done. And let's hope we can get that done before that cloud does something. Okay. And it's to the voice angels now. Melissa.
1, 2, 3, go.
1, 2, 3, go.
It's
Shadae, Nikatean Peshalure, Besalai, Nurujai, and Seishmaleti, Le Tutana, Hirudale, Tuatataete, Jahate, Uetae, Ituatataete, Ishanu, Enasale, Ismatan, Tedurete, Isalan, Teshadure, Sanduan, Sandusan, Teutale, Itablende, Sunuaki, Lava, Unishmatae, Ortu, Menteshetali, Lava, Unishmatae, Esade, Hoensate Kali, Nita Urdu, Efishadae, Nita Kain, Peshalule, Besalai, Nurujai, and Teishmalevi, Letubela, Hirudale.
One moment of silence. Try to feel the presence of the pillar. Of the one bed. Then comes one man. Breathe in some of the energy from it and take it with you. Whether you're going down or you're going to see monkeys or whether you're going to the climbing. Bring a piece of it with you. And internally it will be part of your shine from now forth, which means you'll be able to access this place. And you don't have to try it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Perfectly. Walk perfectly.
I hope the locals don't think we did a rain dance. We're not trying to do that. They've had rain for days and days. They do not want any more. So I hope they don't blame us for that. I was doing was to get the Merkaba spinning, to get the pillar moving a little faster. So anybody that wants to do that, you can amplify your own spins by helping the pillar amplify.
You have.
By the way, anybody thinking about the smoke, it's from candles and stuff, so that's smoking antibacterial. That's what but yeah, it's nice, peaceful, kind of. And then we'll run Crystal River Prayer without the banishing thing, and then we'll finish with a few rounds of the B2 song, and I think something is going to, they're going to have us do something at the end they haven't told me yet, that we're just going to be there to anchor, and I believe it's another one of the, like a satellite, one of those pillars, those Cosmea pillars, are going to activate probably in through the water. Okay, and then, all right, and they're saying this too, that after we do this, if anybody's not been down to see the water there, you don't have to swim in it or anything, but if you want to just go down and like put your finger or finger two, actually could do the lotus touch with the 3 fingers and just, and breathe some of the, the frequencies that we are running now since yesterday of the blend wave and healing wave and the TK1 activation into the kenote. It is down there. It's really pretty down there. You have to kind of duck to get to where it is, but it's really pretty. It's a nice photo op for pretty photos. Well, let's get this on the road before I can speak anymore about the smoke. I'll just say it again, it's a simple site activation where we're going to do 6 rounds of the ISO, then we're going to do the first part of the Crystal River Prayer, and then close with a couple rounds of the B2 song, and then there's one more thing that they're going to give us live that has to do with anchoring a satellite pillar to the one that we activated at the site yesterday. So, and then after that, as I said, if anybody wants to go down and see the cenote, or even if you want to swim in it for a bit, you can. We're not going to swim in it, so I'm not anyway. I don't know what Aeson's going to do. But we just want to get the sacred ceremony part finished so we can carry on. And anybody that wants to get out fast because of the smoke, you can do that too. Quietly. Turn on the shine. Beloveds are anchoring part of the healing life pillar. And actually day one that we did the first activation. So if you want to just assist in its coming down, put your palms up, or spread that word back if people in here present. And each one of us will bring a piece of that pillar of healing down, the healing of the earth and all life everywhere.
feel a little like kind of zzz energy coming through you, that's your codes with the pillar activating to leave the healing pillar, your part of it, behind. So when you feel that you're done anchoring, then the sacred ceremony is finished for here, the grids are activated. When we do the work tomorrow back at the boat, we'll actually link them into the gravitron and bring them together into a full activation network. So thank you again, everyone. Yes. Yes. And now we're going to sing B2 before we do the water thing, and you don't have to do the water thing if you don't want to. That's up to you. So let's just do 3 rounds of B2 sounds good. Yes. Okay. give transmission on starting on Halloween. Wonderful. Or like the morning after Halloween, they said, right? Because that is when certain activations that we've done here spread through the grids. And that's when they can anchor the other techniques that have to do with our personal fields and are personally using the information that we're being given here. And we're going to put those on a CD and send that plus a chart back to you. So you'll get a package that is the extension of this workshop. So you're not missing anything. Even when, like they said, don't worry about the time. And they said if I did come and speak for 5 hours, I wouldn't have any voice left to run the meditation at 12:12. So they're not worried about it. And I wish they'd let me know so I could have let you know so you weren't hanging around waiting. I really don't like it when they do that. But what we do have is, I think we have an hour. Great. What was going to be, 5 hours worth is going to be. We have to be out at 1 o'clock because there's another function. I can't even talk. I'm so tired coming in, and it's just not flexible. One of the things with trips like this is when we're dealing with the cruise lines hours, and it's not like going to the DoubleTree in Arizona. They're always very glad to see us, and they will do a lot to accommodate us. The cruise ship, we're a small group compared to some of the groups that came in. There's like group 500, group of 800, and like we're small beans to them, so they're not about to move their schedules around at all for us. So we have very limited times where we can get together. We would have run this into just one of those that run until 12 or something like that, but there is not an option to do that, and there's no other place that we can gather together with a screen capacity and a microphone capacity on the boat except for this room that they have given us for limited hours. And I would have liked to have been down here at 9, but I was still working on these at 9 and still trying to wrap my tongue around and my brain around a whole bunch. I swear we need a dictionary, because now we have a whole bunch of new words that have to do with kitis. Not just one kiti and not just a terakiti, but there are 5 kiti levels, each kiti stages? Yes, stages, each with 3 levels. So we'll look at this and what this means. Before we leave today, at the end of this hour, we will at least have an understanding of what is this wacky word, terakiti, and what does it have to do with our spirit body anatomy and the planet's spirit body anatomy. And it gets very interesting because once we get a little bit of understanding what it corresponds to in relation to the anatomy, they began to give some really heavy stuff that we then pulled out and just when they give me really heavy block text that is in hieroglyphics, that has to go back and I have to pull out the summary of that to make it coherent to even myself. What did they just say? That kind of thing. So when we got to a certain point that you'll see in the graphs, they gave one, they showed me how to pull out one summary of the kiti things and what these are. And interestingly, it corresponds with, and I didn't know they were going there, they've been having me look into Buddhistic teachings for a while, not to do them, but to understand the philosophies and some of the things that were being taught in certain aspects of Buddhism. But what they did was they brought this information, after they gave the information on the anatomy of terakiti and kitis, there's 5 kitis, and what that is, they put that into the context of how the religions have been having pieces of this information in their how to become move toward enlightenment, everything from Christianity to Judaism to Hinduism to Buddhism, all of those things. Have to do with some of the things that they are teaching and the practices that they used have something to do with activating these kiti levels. And what is interesting about the information is on the personal level, it has to do with becoming a transpersonal identity, which means integrating progressively the rest of yourself and knowing yourself as that complete Rishaic identity. And there are specific practices that go with each level. Now, in Buddhism and in some aspects of Hinduism, there are little bits and pieces that, how what to do with yourself this way, what to do with your mind, what to do with your body, those kind of things, that actually facilitate the activation of what we'll see are the kiti fields, or the kiti membrane, they refer to it. The kiti membrane has to do with what separates us from our other incarnates, separates our awareness here from our other incarnates in space-time, and also on a planetary and galactic level separates our planet and galaxy from its other probable selves and its other probable reality fields. So it is literally an energy boundary or skin between the probability layers. And as we progress in consciousness, and even though what is left in the teachings from the ancients that came up originally from the Mahabharata texts that came into Buddhism, Hinduism, Christianity, all of that, what's left in them talked about this more about the states and trying to reach certain states of consciousness, but they didn't have the technicals anymore. They didn't have the anatomy anymore. As far as now, Buddhism does have some of it left, and so did Hinduism with its understanding of chakras and those kind of thing. At least 7 of them they understood. So there were some pieces of it, but all of those things were part of a whole understanding of how enlightenment actually works here, how expanding your consciousness back into your full God source at one-ment identity. And as we'll see, I'll go through the anatomy first, but we'll come into where these teachings fit. When you go through the standard teachings of what are known as Christianity, Islam, even Islam has some of it in there, Hinduism, Hebrewism, all of those things. Then, what? Yeah, Taoism does too. I got 3 minutes per graph. Okay. Yes, my timekeeper, thank you. Okay. Now, all of the teachings that are known, and have been discovered from those ancient bodies of text that we know, they lead up to the beginning of the next level of really understanding, not just understanding conceptually and learning how to behave, basically, use your energy in moralistic ways and those kind of things. They take you up to a point where conventional Buddhism begins. Conventional Buddhism would be, let's see, here we go with words. I'll just, let me see if I can read my writing here. All right, conventional Buddhism, it basically comes in 2 forms. And the reason I just want to talk about this is because it's the second form that actually this information begins on. In conventional Buddhism, there's what's referred to as the monastic Buddhism, and that's where you have the monasteries and the monks and the nuns and all of that kind of stuff, and they're quite rigid type of way you're supposed to conduct yourself in order to reach those states. And using those particular paradigms, it takes not just one incarnation, it takes many incarnations to get to the point where you can get to the next level, and many incarnations to do that. So it's kind of like the slower way. It's saying the same thing, and the teachings pertaining to conventional Buddhism do begin the process. The process we are doing a quantum leap on, because those teachings are still useful, but they won't take you into full activation of the Kiti layers. So we are not starting with conventional Buddhistic teachings. Like they call them the monastic ones are the Hinayana, which is known as the lesser vehicle dharmas, and the dharmas are the teachings, refers to the teachings. And then there are the Mahayanas, which are considered the greater vehicle dharmas, which are the greater teachings. And then there is that conventional Buddhism basically deals with those 2 things. Then there is another level that there's only a small portion of the information out there, and it's referred to, let me see if I can pronounce this, as Vajrayana dharmas. Now this has to do with the Vajra world, and this is where you get into what is called esoteric Buddhism and tantric Buddhism. So this is where the higher level teachings actually begin, where the earlier teachings, they're all really part of the same set of teachings, where you go from the lesser vehicle to the greater vehicle to the Vajra world teachings, the esoteric teachings. But even that, what is on planet right now, the farthest any of the teachings go are to the Vajrayana ones, the beginning of the esoteric teachings. They correspond with only the first level of activations in what we are participating in now. So what many people, many of us have gone through in different lifetimes, have experienced different parts of the Buddhist path, just like we've experienced Christian path and Islamic path and various other paths. But this is like the shortcut, to put it simply. In these Buddhist teachings, and the reason why they want us to talk about the Buddhist teachings a little bit right now is because there is something called, in Buddhist teachings, the Dankini bliss. Now, Dankini bliss is a certain state that can be achieved, and there are various ways to achieve it using the lesser vehicle and the greater vehicle, and there are ways to achieve it even faster when you're using the esoteric Buddhist teachings, and even faster when you're using the full teachings that the beloveds are giving us, the freedom teachings. The Dankini bliss has to do with Buddha level 1, all right, out of 6. That is where anything in print on planet right now stops. The highest level of esoteric, and most of it's in Tibetan Buddhism right now, teachings that can be found only go to beginning to open the what is called the Dankini bliss into the consciousness. That has to do with very specific activations within the Kiti membrane of our spirit body structure. There are other blisses that come after that. The level 2 is called the Dankartha bliss. The level 3 is called the Danraja bliss. Level 4 is the Dankumi bliss. Level 5 is the Danrishi bliss. And level 6 is the Dani Luma bliss. These all correspond to some of the teachings we've already been given about the Dani state that we've been aiming for in the earlier teachings when we talked about the floating Buddhas and all of those things. So all of these things fit together. When I'll go through the anatomy now, just so we understand what we're referring to when the beloved is referring to the Kiti part of the anatomy. So let me see what's up here now. I may have to go back and forth with this because I forgot my glasses and it would have just taken more time to run back up and get them. Plus, they don't work that well anyway. So if I can't read it from here, I'll just read it here and point up there. All right, now on this first one, see what I mean? No typesetting time. All right, this is simply like this is the structure of 12 probability dominions of one density level of spirit body anatomy. And we've seen the spirit body anatomy structures and how you have like the 12 incarnates within the soul, the 12 souls within the oversoul, all of that kind of thing. Now just looking at one layer of that and the 12 different probability dominions and then the central actuality dominion, which would be referred to as the Bud or the Buddha dominion, right? Now, the organic Kiti membrane surrounds and encases each space-time matter probability dominion as an energetic etheric rasha skin. So there's like an energetic skin that literally separates these probability fields within our spirit body and also within like the planetary galactic universal levels of this as well. Now, what is called the Dana-Kohare disharmonic, this forms within like this layer of disharmonic energy that again is made of etheric and rasha energy as far as the types of different matter. It is made of that, etheric rasha, and it forms inside and permeates the natural structure or the organic structure of the Kiti membranes. This is what is called the karmic template. It is that layer that forms within every one of them, that it is created by the use of free will in other than ways that are totally harmonic with the divine blueprint. So we are dealing with the Kiti membrane. It is simply, the Kiti membrane is an organic aspect of spirit body anatomy. It is an energetic skin composed of D1, D4, D7, D10, and D13 etheric and rasha dark matter particulates, surrounding and encasing each of the 12 probability dominions and the central actuality Bud dominion or Buddha dominion. This membrane separates each space-time matter probability dominion and each individual's incarnate identity from the others, allowing for linear delineation of space-time life evolution cycles within the context of simultaneous manifestation within eternal now time. Because the reality of time is it all is right now. The movement of time and even growth through time, it's hard to conceive why you are in a time-coded body. And when we get into some of those greater states of consciousness, you can progressively get more of a feel of what that is, what real eternal now time is. But now time is simply it is the reality of time. It is because of the skin, the Kiti membrane skin, that we experience it in segments that appear to be linear and then cyclic in motion, where it appears separate. That is the only way we can experience a materialized, manifest hologram within the greater consciousness of God Source consciousness field. So this is a natural part of our anatomy. The Kiti membrane, the Dana-Kohare disharmonic, is the layer that accumulates inside from using free will choice in other ways than what the divine blueprint or divine will had originally created you to express, or you have created yourself on certain levels to express. So to simply put, the Dana-Kohare disharmonic is an accumulation of inorganic etheric rasha particulates that forms within the Kiti membrane through use of free will choice in ways that are disharmonic to the organic eternal life encryption of the spirit body. These disharmonic particulates form an embedded mesh of inorganic encryption distortions within the Kiti membrane, which functions as the karmic template of spirit body anatomy. And with that Dana-Kohare disharmonic, it is a template for the karmic pattern, and it materializes and manifests within the encryption fields of the spirit body, and thus into the light body and into the atomic body. And this is actually the very, very hidden thing that keeps us stuck in repeating cycles of karmic messes, of relationships, or of fall, or of whatever. So it is one thing we've worked before to clear the general encryption fields. This is the core template that is held within the skin of the spirit body probabilities, within the Kiti membrane, that is actually holding those cycles of repeating patterns of disharmonic into our atomic structure and into our lives, and that of our other incarnate selves in their space-time locations. As we work with these teachings, what we are progressively doing, and we've had 2 healing waves come in and we've anchored them, which means we won't just start. When you activate the Kiti field, if you don't do something to clear this simultaneously, to clear the Dana-Kohare disharmonic, you will start amplifying the expression of the Dana-Kohare out. And this is where some people in the New Age movement especially say, be careful what you ask for. Don't ask to clear all your karma right now, because if you live through it, it'll be amazing, right? Where everything just kind of explodes in your life and becomes miserable, or more miserable than it had been, that kind of thing. That is why they haven't had us work with the Kiti membranes yet, because there were certain things that had to happen on the planet, part of which took place in the last workshop period, and in the activations and the grids that occurred in Phoenix, and also before that when we did the MetNet freeze, where we can't activate the Metatronic code in our bodies any further. Now we can go into anchoring the frequency waves that come from the flame of Cosmea that we talked about, that will progressively transmute these layers as the layers of the Kiti membrane begin activation. Now we'll go to the next one, please. Okay. I think that's the same one. New system here, because they didn't have an overhead projector for the Mylars, so we're hello. Oh dear.
Maybe we're going to work with random selection.
Sure. Working on it. It's one of those Guardian Time workshops. The whole trip, really. They're coming. All right, anyway, I'm going to start talking. Let me see my second one. Where's my pile? Eventually, you will see a diagram that has to do with Kiti membrane, with the 3 layers of the Kiti membrane and Dana-Kohare karmic template. And if we ever get it up there, yes, there it is. It's there. Yahoo! Great. Good job, guys. So each of the Kiti membrane that surrounds each of the probability dominions and the central actuality Buddha dominion there are 3 layers. They're considered layers of this membrane. So you have one layer that's called the Dhara layer, Dhara, and it is the resolute twin set of 1, 7, 4, and 10. 1, 7, 4, and 10. When this level fully activates, it means that resolute twin set pulls into the Buddha state in the center, right? And it's capable of breathing in and out from the Buddha state in the center, which means it is passing through the space-time matter boundaries that separate those 4 identities in time, right? The next one is called the Mura layer, and that is composed of the 2, 8, and 5, 11 resolute twin set. So you have the 2, 8, and 5 and 11 set. And again, once the Mura level layer is activated, those 4 are able to pull in together and do the breathing in and out, where it's literally going trans time, going back into time, going trans time, back into time. And progressively more and more of your identity comes online when you're doing this for the personal layer. This also applies to the planet, to the solar system, to the galaxy, to the universe, in as far as the spirit body structures of those identities, those larger identities, and in relation to their other probability manifestations. Right? Then we get to the last one, which is called the Antura layer, and that's the 12, 6, 3, 9 resolute twin set. Okay? Once you get all of those 3, and they go in 3 different times, you would first activate this set, then that would trigger this set into activation, and then finally it would trigger the largest set into activation where you have the 12, 6, 3, 3, and 9 probability fields or identities or incarnates coming online and going into the breathing. What you have then is a fully activated Buddha self that is breathing literally in time and out of time, in time and out of time, in time and out of time. And with that, you would get a state of consciousness that can simultaneously hold awareness of full now time and also the material time, so you could still function within a 3D system if you could hold that within your body. To be able to hold that within your body, the type of consciousness, you do need to do those final activations of the skin, of the kiti. Now, that's simple enough, but there's also more levels of kiti. All right, I'll just read this here because sometimes, can we get that just up a little bit more? Is that, okay, I'll just read it from here. What that says is, activation of layer 1 of the kiti membrane allows merging of consciousness in the bud state, the central actuality dominion, which is that center area, which is the same center area for each of those sets, because all of those sets are really combined. They're just one, and it's just a matter of getting all of your probability fields or all of your identities breathing in and out as one identity. Okay. Now it says corresponding. Okay, so the activation of one layer of the kiti membrane allows merging of consciousness in the bud state, central actuality dominion, of the 4 corresponding probability dominions into the central bud or Buddha actuality. So each set of 4 can then go into and become part of the Buddha state of that. Activation of the 3 layers of the kiti membrane allows merging of consciousness in the bud state of the 12 probability dominions into the eternal Buddha central actuality state. Merging of consciousness equals merging of space-time matter linear dominions into transharmonic trans-time blend, culminating in release from space-time finite boundaries. So this is where we begin the process of literally becoming free from being phase locked into linear time cycles. It has to do with, it's not something that one of our incarnates alone can do, because it involves bringing on the consciousness and the imprint of your other incarnational selves. They have a part of themselves that can choose to go into fall if they do choose, but their divine blueprint pattern, there's always a portion of your other self's consciousness that will be held in divine blueprint and within your silver seed that we've talked about before from Aurora Earth, that you will be able to bring in that consciousness from those other lifetimes, and with it the memory that goes with them. So as we progress, we will get more of the incarnational memory back as well. Next one, please. If I start talking really fast, it's because we'll be running out of time. Okay, now, next one. This is just to remind us that not only do we have one set of 12 incarnates, but this is the stack of our one. All right, anyway, when you see this one, that's coming. It's the Spirit Family Wheels Within Wheels, where we talked about our density 4 avatar having its 12 primary oversouls, then each oversoul having its 12 souls, and each soul having its 12 incarnates, and each incarnate having its 12 probable selves or potentialities. A level we didn't talk about yet, here we go. A level we didn't talk about yet is your density 5 rishi is one of 12 probabilities of your Kasmaya Mashaya. So that's not shown on this diagram. So we've gone from here where we see our, say we have, our avatar self, then our avatar with its oversouls, our oversouls with their souls, our souls with their incarnates, and then we'd have the incarnates with their probabilities. That's not shown on there either. So there's all of these skin layers. Now when you begin the activation of the kiti membranes, it doesn't just do one layer. You don't first do the soul, then do the oversoul. There are several stages, but it triggers it on all levels. So yeah, so it brings in the 1, 7, 4, 10 set that would be the first Dara level of the kiti activation. That would trigger those numbers on all of the levels. So it is a much quicker way when you work directly with the kiti membranes to the activation of them to bring in those things that otherwise would activate over numerous experiences of yourself in time as you progress through, say, the beginnings of the Buddhist teachings, and eventually would have teachings that wouldn't be written, that would be given to you directly as your consciousness expanded into more and more source consciousness. So this is the way to actually trigger the anatomy to bring in those levels of consciousness, instead of doing it the slower way, where you develop first a level of consciousness that progressively triggers the anatomy. And that was the old way of doing it. That is usually the better way of doing it, because you understand more deeply as you go through, piece by piece, what is occurring. Except when you're in an evac cycle, basically, and the last stellar activation cycle is going to take place, and the last ascension cycle, it's time to just get the anatomy going. And that's why they're teaching us this. And eventually our minds will catch up with what we're learning. And that's going to get into, by the way, they said the sliders, this is sliders 9, sliders 10, 11, and 12, which are the adept levels, will get into what are called the beginning teachings of integrating the mind, of knowing what it's doing with all this. And they're going to be, they're called the disciplines. So I don't know what they're going to look like, but there's one set of teachings that go with expanding and handling your mind and your mental body facility in relation to these activations and the consciousness that goes with them. The next one would be the physical body, how to handle that more fully in relation to, if you really want these activations to be fully embodied, and then the spirit body level of them. So that's what the adept training is going to be about. It's going to get very much more personal than just grid work. It's going to be about the personal anatomy and consciousness and expansion. So this is just to remind you that we have all of those layers, and all of those layers move in those 3 sets of cycles, where you have the Dara layer, that's 1, 7, 4, 10. You have the Mura, thank you, Mura level, that is the 5, 11, 2, 8. And then you have the Atura level, which is the 12, 6, 3, 9. So they will trigger on all of those levels. Next one, please. Now, here we get into the beginning to talk about the states of consciousness that are associated with the Kiti activations. Now, this has the 6 bliss states of personal Dan Kiti awakening. Dan Kiti. What's a Dan Kiti? Yes, it's obviously different than a Tara Kiti and the other Kitis that are coming. Yeah. So let's just start this with saying on the personal level, the activations of the Kiti membranes are referred to as Dan Kiti awakening. All right, so they correspond to the personal level. The Dan Kiti awakenings, which means activation of the personal Kiti membranes, that would be your probable selves, your incarnate self, your incarnates, your soul, your oversoul, your avatar, your rishi, going all the way up to the thing. I just wanted to show you where this fits with information that we've been given before that had to do with the different, I'm not going through all of these, we've had this published for quite a while, but it was just showing what levels of Shalaya body activation created what potential paths of ascension, particularly in relation to the ascension cycle we're on now, in which, like, some go to Ashalaya, some to Median Earth, all that, but also to the names. Now this one, the Dani. We've talked about the Dani level of awakening before, and this is the, it's 100, plus 100% Shalaya light quotient. That's when you fully have transfigured the entire form. This corresponds with what's called the Dani Luma bliss, and it corresponds with the Adashi 1 cycle. So this would be after you go through the full Christ star ascension and find yourself as a being in the Adashi 1 return cycles. All right? And this means you would be free from all of the karmic wheels. All right, the wheels within wheels, which are that DHA, Dana Kohare mess that's inside of your Kiti bodies. Pardon me, I'm just getting used to these words. But so here you would be, once you become a fully embodied Dani, you would be free from the karmic wheels completely. You would be free from space-time here in the lower densities. You would go into the Adashi 1 cycles. Now coming down closer to where we are, right, then the Aquari Indigo imprint, right, these are the Mashaya spanners. These are ones that can use spanner gates, just like these guys can use spanner gates. Those full core gates, you're capable of passing through gate structures. These are called the Dan Rishi. It is called the Dan Rishi bliss, the state of consciousness that has to do with that state. It's a density 5 Rishi Mashaya, and it's called Buddha level 5. This one is Buddha level 6. That's Buddha level 5. Here you are free from the density 5 karmic wheels. Bringing it down, next one please. Bringing it down closer as we go. Whoops. Okay, cool. All right. Here we have the And again, now we're at 78% Shalaya. And what's interesting, we've already begun our spirit body. We're already up past 78%. So we are now beginning to bring this consciousness into our body because we have enabled with the activations we've been doing for the last 10 years progressively. We have reached, most of us, past 78% Shalaya light quotient in the body, which means we still have some atomic structure here, but that, that needs to be transfigured and transmuted and transfigured. But most of it has already been transmuted into light, into mana light. So here we have, these are translocation sliders. They can't do a full, using the full sliders gates that the other two levels above this going up to Dani can. But this is called the Dan Kumi bliss. It's a Buddha level 4. It's about being a density 4 fully conscious avatar, and you're free from the density 4 karmic wheels. Coming down, we've got the Danreja bliss, which is a Buddha level 3, fully embodied oversoul, free from density 3 karmic wheels. Down here, the angelic human, and this is the angelic human imprint. We also had what DNA structures had gone with each of these levels, but we have been given the upgrades where most of us can handle at least the 24-strand activations, and some of us can actually handle the 48-strand activations. It's just a matter of getting the atomic structure and the consciousness where it can hold those things progressively. So down here, the angelic human 12-strand imprint, this would be the Dankartha bliss. It's a Buddha level 2 at its full fulfillment. It would be the Dankartha bliss. Is fully embodied soul and is free from the density 2 karmic wheels. And down here, whereas the indigo 3, that was part hybrid and part angelic human, that would be that's called the Dankini bliss. That's Buddha level 1. Now, all the Buddhist teachings that are on planet right now, the highest they go is teaching to get to the point of the Dankini bliss. And so all of these other levels of the blisses, and we'll talk about the blisses in a minute, their states, there's not even teachings on the planet anymore that correspond to these. So they are being given to us now in consolidated form so we can begin working with those activations. Again, all of these correspond to specific layers of the Kiti membrane becoming activated and therefore allowing the breathing into the Buddha center where you become part of the eternal now no matter what time frame you're in. Next one, please. What? Oh, here's the one that's going to take a while. This was the one that was pulled from the pages after pages of lots and lots of hieroglyphics text to summarize what did you just say, beloveds? Because one of those, I'm getting it as they're going. I'm like, okay, I got that. And by the time I got to the bottom, I go, what did you just say? And if it was going to affect me that way, I was not going to be able to say anything coherent to you about it. So they helped me to pull it out and summarize it in a way we can understand. All right, let me see what the title up there. I think there's a little bit. No, that's the top. Okay. The Buddha center states, the 6 bliss states of the personal Dankiti awakening. So we're still just dealing with the Dankiti, the personal level of these activations. Okay, this is where I'd mentioned that Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Hebrew, Taoism, all of those things, they all lead us up to the point where we move into the conventional Buddhist teachings and then past them. The conventional Buddhist teachings again were the Hinayana, which are the lower vehicle, and the Mahayana, which is the great vehicle, and both of those do not yet get into fully achieving of any of the bliss states, but they were meant to bring the consciousness, both the moral consciousness and also the ability to hold one's energy mentally and emotionally and spiritually in very specific patterns to develop progressive strength before one entered what are called the Vajra world. And that is where it gets into the esoteric aspects. We have been dealing with the Vajra world ever since we began bringing these teachings in, as far as the structures of the anatomy and of the spirit body and the light body and the cosmic matrix and all of that. They would be things that would be part of the Vajra world teachings that right now there's not hardly anything left of that information except what the beloveds have brought back. That's why they're bringing it back. So all of these, though, even conventional Buddhism, gets into what's called transpersonal identity, awakening the Buddha states within. We all have these levels of consciousness within ourselves. They already exist and are aware, but when our fields are not activated, when our QT membranes are not activated, there's not an open flow between our physical bodies and our consciously embodied self and those other levels of our identity. So as we work with activating the QT membrane, it will progressively bring those other layers of ourselves into full awareness. And it takes time. It doesn't just go bang, now I can breathe and I'm here all now one and I know everything. No, it doesn't work that way. But there are levels. We can go through many, many lifetimes, and some of us have, of doing the slow way of working through various religions or filling in the blanks. Sometimes you finish the conventional Buddhism thing and then you went, say, into Christianity or into Islam or into the Hebrew teachings or whatever, or just filling in the frequencies that each of those teachings were originally meant to bring to us. And each of those frequencies would begin the process of activating our QT membrane. All right, so now we're just going right into activating the QT membrane because it needs to be done, because there are certain things that have to happen by 2012 or it's not going to go well on this planet. So we have the Dankini bliss. This is a very interesting state because I think I crested it like a week or two before the workshop, and the first thing I felt was this most horrendous feeling, like I died, but like died in misery. I felt like every misery of every molecule on the entire planet, like the suffering of everything that is anywhere on this planet, and maybe even in the galaxy, as if it just poured through me. And I was like, beloveds, I'm falling apart. And he said, no, you're not. I said, yes, I am. Right? What is wrong with me? He said, nothing's wrong with you. You're having a Tarakiti awakening. What is that? Never mind, we'll tell you later. So the first feeling was just this, as if you inhaled all of the grief and all of the suffering from the entire cosmos, or at least your local universe, but all through time. Where you just, and it's like, how do you ever make that go away? Because there's like such a cognition of the pain of every other being. There was no separation between you and the other beings. Be they fallen or risen, it didn't matter. It was a state of absolute love, but absolute misery at the same time. Because of that love, you could feel the entirety of the pain. I said, beloveds, if this is enlightenment, I think I'll take darkness. Thanks. Right? And they said, don't worry, it's just a membrane you have to pass through. I said, okay. Right? In about a week, I was all right, actually. It's like, okay, I don't feel like I'm coming unraveled anymore, because it was just so painful. It was physically painful, where I felt nauseous, I felt dizzy. It was worse than any depression you could imagine. And I'm saying, beloveds, really, should I just go in and get depression treatment? What is wrong with it? They said, no, don't get depression treatment. You don't need that. You're moving through this stage, this activation, you'll understand more. So they're helping me to understand what I went through. So if you go through any bit of that, it's actually when a bliss level, I think, this is bliss, because they said it's a level of bliss. I said, this is bliss? Oh, please. Right? They said, no, you get to the bliss. Right? This is the feeling that sometimes happens, not always, but you usually will get some version of this, of when your QT membrane is activating and you start to literally take in the frequencies of the other selves, your own other selves, of the planet and the whole bit. And you're also taking in the, now you would be going through the level I did if we hadn't had the Dana Kohare healing waves come in, so hopefully you won't have to. They didn't have those available yet when I was moving through that, and that's why I thought I was going to lose it. I really did. It was just so painful and so agony-filled. This probably won't go this way for you. You might get a bit of it, like in like little, just you might find times where it might not even be a karmic memory. It comes up. All of a sudden, you just need to cry, right? It just feels, you just need to cry. Why am I crying? I have no idea, right? So you just let it come out and process, realize it will. But because you had the healing wave activations that I didn't have the opportunity to have because they couldn't run them in the grids yet, it shouldn't be that bad. But you might get a little touch of it where you can understand what I was talking about. And it's moving through that disharmonic part of it. That's where you feel the agony and the pain and the separation and the absolute misery. But then once you clear that, there is this literally a bliss state, a state of wow. And you just feel a part of everybody and everything everywhere. And it's the beginning of feeling the full at-one-ment with Source and being able to hold a portion of that consciousness in your body. So, and I wished I'd had this when I was going through that. It might have made it a little easier. But I knew they were there, so. I said, are you sure I can't go and just get antidepressant medication or something? They said, no, that's not going to help you right now. Sometimes that helps, but in this condition, it's not, right, for that, what I was going through there. So the Dankini bliss, I believe, was the one that I was moving through. And it still is funny. It's like I feel like I went through part of it, and I touched the bliss part on the other side, but I keep moving back down in this state of consciousness where I go, oh, that was up there, right? Where it's not like, I'm the bliss state, because eventually you become Buddha and you are the bliss state, and I can move into that, but it's still a movement, so it means my body hasn't fully anchored it yet. So anyway, the next state, this is where it's after the Dankini bliss. That's what ideally you would get to through conventional monastic Buddhism. You don't have to go through years of that in order to get there when you work the other systems. Because again, we're working several of the layers at once that will trigger those into activation as well. Now, the esoteric Buddhism, the Vajra world stuff, that's the Tantric Buddhism, that in some of the traditional schools won't acknowledge it. And that's where distortions come in, because they're all supposed to be part of the same set of teachings, but there was all sorts of fights between different factions within the Buddhist movement over the centuries. So some took it one way, some took it the other, some, they just broke them all up, and now they kind of just, some of them go in different directions. Some of them actually teach you how to fall, some of them how to teach you how, so Buddhism isn't pure either in its form. Everything has been a bit tainted by the twists of teachings here. Christianity through Buddhism through everything. What it's supposed to teach you was you'd go from those two and you go into the Tantric Vajra, I can't even pronounce that, Vajrayana teachings, and that would begin taking you into understanding some of the things we've been working with anatomy and structure and cosmos and all that. Now, you get to the next level. Once the esoteric teachings are meant to teach you and take you into activations of the Dankini, or the person, Dankiti, the personal levels of the Kiti membranes, the Dankartha bliss, which would be Buddha level 2, then keep going, and there's nothing past this, the Dankartha bliss, no teachings on planet right now. There had been before, but there aren't any more left. In the Atlantean period and stuff, there were teachings of that, some of the teachings of this level, and a little bit of this one before. But this is the undisclosed Christ Buddha doctrines. Most of them haven't even been on planet in seeding 3 at all. Some of them were in seeding 2, some of them were in seeding 1 for periods, but not all of them. And again, there were sections of them, but a lot of the things that have never been on planet here before that the beloveds have been bringing in were actually part of those texts, that only the more outer parts were actually ever put into print or spoken words out here. So you go from the Dankini bliss of Buddha level 1, density 1, to the Dankartha bliss of density 2, the Raja bliss of density 3, the Dankumi bliss of density 4, the Danrishi bliss of density 5, and the Dani Luma bliss of what you could call it density 6, but it's actually a Dashi 1 cycle. That's where the full Christ star ascension into the Dashi 1 cycle. Now, they describe it this way. So the bliss state occurs when the existing conscious identity level, whatever level that is that you're on, transmutes its Danakohare karmic template and activates the corresponding density level of the personal Kiti membrane. The Dankiti. The personal one is the Dankiti, allowing for freedom from the corresponding density time cycle via merger of the corresponding 12 probabilities into the central bud Buddha state actuality dominion. Embodying a bliss state is characterized by release of the corresponding level of ego personality finite identity as it expands to encompass a state of at-one-ment and attunement with all that is within that density level. The I am this all. Right? So it's not about stomping out your ego. It's not about getting rid of your personality. And a lot of the Buddhist stuff that I've been looking through, it frames it as kind of like releasing it, getting rid of it. Like it's bad, it's lower. That's not the way it was meant. You're actually growing it into expansion. And you do lose finite identification with your one self because you become more and more aware of the wholeness of what that self is. So you'll know yourself as what you call yourself now, but you'll also know yourself as more than that. So that's one of the twists that I found just looking through some of the Buddhist stuff. It's like you're supposed to surrender everything, all your possessions, your whole identity, and basically become nothing. And that's not exactly what was meant by these teachings. That's one interpretation. The beloveds interpret it, in this way. It's becoming more and more where you don't get overly identified with your single body or your single identity or your single lifetime as you become more and more of an eternal being that knows yourself simultaneously in all the nows and eventually beyond all the nows as well. So anyway, we have these levels of the bliss, and let's see, so we're expanding into a state of at-one-ment and attunement with all that is within whatever density level. Now, it constitutes a release of polarity separation and return to unity for that level. So these are all releasing of polarity levels and expanding into the next level, and that's done by the Kiti membrane activations for each level. Okay, it can feel like mini-death. Yes, that's the one I was experiencing, of the small finite self, the personality, the ego, and a rebirth of the God self level of consciousness. So the mini-death isn't a bad thing, but it may kick up fears and those kind of things. Literally in the body imprint itself, the consciousness of you that makes up your atoms may feel those same transitions that you might go through if you were separating from your body. So there's like, I found there was a fear level. There was like almost terror at first, but we were also doing this other purgings and clearings like in the last several months. I was like, well, is it that or that? I don't know. But there was just like the body feels a fear about this release, about letting go, because it almost feels like it's going to be annihilated. Like the body seems to hold that fear, and that's part of the karmic pattern. That is not a natural response to this, but it is something we tend to go through as we're clearing the Dana Kohare distorted layer. Now we should have an easier time with this because of the healing waves that we have anchored. And I do believe the techniques they're going to be giving us, that they said that they can't even start transmitting on them for at least a week. They're going to start on Halloween or the day after Halloween. They said they will start them. I think that's kind of funny. They're going to give us the other techniques. They will begin the process of how to work with this personally. So if you do get some of those feelings coming through, it will give you ways to move with that energy and to expand into those bliss states. Okay, so let's see. Erase polarity, can be like death, can be. Let me just read them right here. The Dan Kiti awakening can be expedited by Kiti template activations, which is what we are doing, consciously, beginning to consciously participate in, for the 3 layers of the Kiti membrane. Remember, there are 3 layers of it. You have the Dara layer, that's the 1, 7, 4, 10 sets. Then you have the Mura layer, which is the 2, 8, 5, 11 sets. And then you have the Itura layer, which is the 12, 6, 3, 9 sets. And that would give you the 1 through 12 of the 3 layers of the one Kiti template field. Now, we can look at these. You'll have a copy of this. I think we're just going, when there's not even like facilities to run these off in mass, so you will get the cleaned up copies of these when the package is sent out. But I'll read this quickly. The Dankini bliss, what it corresponds to is if 12 probable selves merge to become one fully embodied incarnate, right? So like that would be 12 probable selves of you that have the same body form from the same fetal imprint. They'd be free from the karmic wheels for density 1. Okay, 12 faces of potentiality or probability selves equals 1 incarnate identity. So that goes with the density 1 level. The density 2 level is 12 incarnate selves, which is 144 probable selves, right, merge to become one fully embodied soul, free from the wheels of karma and density 2. So you're freeing your soul from the karmic templates. 12 faces of the incarnate equal 1 soul identity. So you become that. Next level is the 12 souls, 144 incarnates, 1,728 probable selves, merge to become one fully embodied oversoul, free from the wheels of karma and density 3. 12 faces of the soul equal 1 oversoul identity. The next one, the Dankumi bliss, is when you have 12 oversouls, which are 144 souls, 1,728 incarnates, and 20,736 probable selves, merge to become 1 avatar embodied, free from wheels of karma and density 4. The 12 faces of the oversoul equal 1 avatar identity. Then we have the Danrishi bliss, 12 avatars, 144 oversouls, 1,728 souls, 20,736 incarnates, and 248,832 probable selves merged to become 1 fully embodied Rishi Mashaya, free from the karmic wheels of density 5, right? 12 faces of the avatar equal 1 Rishi Mashaya identity. Then the final one, we have the Dani Luma bliss. This is 12 Rishi Mashaya, 144 avatars, 728 oversouls, 20,736 souls, 248,832 incarnates, and 2,985,984 probable selves merged to become one fully embodied Dani Adashi Adept. That is a Dani, all right, a fully embodied Dani, D-H-A-N-I, right? Completion of personal Dankiti Christ Star Ascension to Adashi 1 time cycles. And you're going, there's 3 Adashi time cycles. That got us to Adashi 1. Oh, God. Yeah, next one, please. Yes, Seth. We've got 5 minutes. Okay, well, this is the most important. Okay, all right. I just got the, we have 5 minutes left warning. Uh-oh. Alrighty. Anyway, I will get through these in the next couple. The other stuff I could actually talk about really, really fast without having to go through putting up things, because it's just about the stuff we've talked about before, which has to do with why we did the grid activations here to activate the gravitron. Right? So, excuse me if I have to go really fast. The 5 stages, 15 layers of Kiti awakening and Kiti membrane activation. Each of the 5 stages of awakening contains 3 layers of Kiti membrane activation, thus 15 layers of Kiti membrane activation. Stage 1, the Dan Kiti awakening, that's the personal level, embodiment of the 6 bliss states of the personal Kiti membrane activation. You have the Dan Kiti Dara, the Dan Kiti Mura, the Dan Kiti Entura. Okay? So these are from density, and they correspond to the density 1 all the way up to the Dashi 1 cycles level. And that's the one we were talking about before. Fulfillment to become an eternal life Dani, D-H-A-N-I, a Dani Luma, Buddha 6 level, transpersonal identity, and ascension via Christ star to Adashi 1 return cycles. Next one. Stage 2, the Tarakiti awakening. This is planetary level, actually planetary/solar. All right, embodiment of the 6 bliss states of the planetary Kiti membrane activation. So once you become fully as your own avatar self, then you become fully aware as the planet as well, and as the sun, right? So we have the 3 layers there too. You have the Tarakiti Dara, the Tarakiti Mura, and the Tarakiti, I forgot to put it there, Entura, right? These are planetary aspects. The same ones are the aspects 1, 7, 4, 10, 2, 8, 5, 5, 11, 12, 6, 3, 9. Same thing down here, but this is on the planetary level. Stage 3, the Jaya Kiti. This is awakening. It's embodiment of the 6 bliss states of the solar galactic Kiti membrane activation. And again, you have the 3 layers of each of those, the Dara, the Mura, the Entura, and that's fulfillment to become an eternal life solar galactic Dani Lima. This is the Adashi 3 cycle. The Adashi 2 cycle was the planetary solar one. And that's called a planetary logos, or a Dani Lema. And then you have the Dani Lima, which is the Adashi 3 cycle. So when you get into the Adashi 2 and 3, that's where you're literally becoming planetary consciousness and then galactic consciousness. Stage 4 is the... Stage 4 is the Kalum Kiti awakening. 6 bliss states of the metagalactic Kiti. It's the Dani Kalima, right? And this is where you go core Christ star 1 cycle. We've gone through the Adashi cycles, and you're going back into core now as a Christed, fully Christed being a metagalactic logos. And then stage 5 is the Adasha Kiti awakening, the 6 bliss states of the universal Kiti membrane activation to become a universal Dani Kalea universal logos. So this is that whole structure and the layers that go of consciousness and expansion that go with it. Next one, please. I want to see if it's the next one, actually. I might go through to... Okay. Yeah, that's that one. Yes, okay, good. Next one, number 8. Yes, this brings it into what we've been doing. All right. Now, what we have been doing in these activations, we've begun the Tarakiti activation layers. The Tarakiti activations are the planetary solar ones. What they will do is begin triggering the Dankiti, I can't remember all the Kiti names. The Dankiti, yeah. No, let me see, excuse me. What was the personal one? That's the one I'm talking about. Dankiti, that's it. All right, so because we've been working with beginning the Terakete activations, the planetary solar ones, within our fields and within the Aquafarian shield, it will kick into motion the personal Dankini activations. All right, at first we will have to, and this is why they can't give the Dankini techniques yet, because first the Terakete has to reach a certain level of activation in the Aquafarian shield in our own fields. Then it will start triggering the Dankini, and then they can give the transmissions that go with the Dankini information. And that's why it's going to be about a week or so before they can even give those, and then it's going to take us a couple weeks to get them out because they have to be put on CD and all of that. But what we've been doing while we've been here are these activations of the Terakete, and this is where these 3 trips come in. This was our trip this time between the 18th of October and the 22nd of October, which is today of 2010. Actually, it goes through tomorrow because we're doing an activation at midnight upstairs. We have worked with the Terakete Dara activation. Remember, there's 3 layers, so we've been doing layer 1, the Dara of the planetary Terakete. When we do the Indian trip, we're going to be activating the layer 2, the Mura activation, but still of the Terakete. And then we'll be activating level 3 when we do the Bora Bora Tahiti matrix trip, where the Terakete of the Intura level of the Terakete field. And that will bring, those 3 will bring the full activation of the planetary solar Terakete field into active activation and trigger each level within ourselves as well, as far as our own consciousness expansion and our Kiti membranes being activated and our karmic levels being cleared, which means freeing ourselves from the wheels within wheels of the karmic imprint on each level progressively. All right, so these are the dates. Each of the Terakete planetary membrane activations triggers activation of the corresponding Dankini personal membrane activations and 6 personal Buddha state awakenings. So we are in the accelerated process of becoming embodied Buddhas, basically. Let me see. I'm going to go through these quick. There will be more in the chart pack that you can read what they say. In fact, then you probably can read what they say, because right now you can't. There's 1 or 2 more. I just want to see. Okay. Now I want to go into what this has to do with the gravitron. Okay. Can you put up page 11 that looks like this? Okay. So I'm skipping a few pages because there's not going to be time and somebody's going to come in and tell us we got to leave. Uh-oh. Rotate. Yeah. Anyway, it's a map that we've seen before, but now it has a little black diamond in a certain spot that's in the Gulf of Mexico, and that symbolizes, that little black diamond there, except you have to turn this, that symbolizes what we've talked about as the gravitron. All right, the gravitron is a set of vortices that literally controls the staff, the vertical column of Earth, and it is what is holding the Earth's staff at its tilt, at its unnatural tilt, and plugs it into the Alpha Omega system. Now, by activating the planetary Terakete fields, the 3 layers of them, through these 2 trips, we are going to get to a point where in 2012 we will be able to stop the gravitron from hitting a full 55 spin, and that's how it will stop the Death Star Merkaba, planetary Death Star Merkaba, from reaching 55 spin. If we didn't secure the gravitron now, there would not be time to be able to grab those frequencies again, and we would lose control of the ascension cycle, and they'd probably be pulling us out right before 2012, right before December of 2012. So with the activations we've done the 3 sites. There's 1 more activation that is going to be done, and that's coming in. And even if it rained and we couldn't meet tonight up on deck 18, it would still come in. Each one of us would still anchor it. It's the part 3 of the Dora. Dara, I think it's called something like that. I'm still trying to remember these words. Level 1, the Dara, right. So the Terakete Dara activation, we've done 2 parts of that 1 activation. There's a 3rd part that is coming in tonight, and that will put the whole Terakete, planetary Terakete activation, Dara activation, online with the gravitron, with the whole Maya Mother Matrix, which is not just the places we visited, but the entire Mayan grid control complex, which is connected into all of the Alpha Omega temples that are implanted that we've looked at before. So literally, it's going to run it through the whole broadcast system because we have done this, and that will be the Dara level. When we do the India trip, when we do the Mura activation, it will put that level of Terakete activation online with the planetary, the full planetary MetNet. So basically, we're bringing in a very strong strong Christ blend wave through this. We're bringing it in through the, what do they call it, the flame of Cosmea. That is actually the anchoring rod through which these levels of frequency do anchor into the planetary fields and into our own fields. It's really exciting what we're in the middle of now. This trip was, I know, I know. Just, yeah, you don't have to tell me. Okay, anyway. You will have more diagrams in your pack, okay? Yeah, and there will be, and you will get the corresponding. They said there are 6 techniques that go with your personal Dankini awakening. This is going to be very exciting. This is the information. We have worked so hard to clear our light bodies, spirit bodies, atomic bodies, and all of that to get to the point where we could do these, because this is where you really start to feel those expansions. When we go past that, you should start getting a little bit of it, even like once you go home from this workshop, because we've already started, and it's not, even though that doesn't fully trigger until like really 7 to 10 days before it starts in the Dankini level, the Terakiti levels come down into the Dankini level, we should get little spurts of just like an expansion. It might be walking past a tree and all of a sudden you're just hugely aware of its aliveness and its consciousness. Or maybe that it just talked to you and you realized it did. Those kind of things. These are the beginning of the expansions that there is no going back from these. Once you've got into these layers, you just become a progressive embodiment and walking little ball of love, really, because you just don't feel a separation with anything. Even FAs, even fall systems, you're okay with that, because Source is okay with that. And it is a state that we've worked really hard to get to the point where we could get to, and we are progressively getting there. I know I have to go now because they're going dark. Yeah, thank you very much for your patience. We'll see you tonight for the last activation. And thank you all so much for everything that you have done on the grids here. And also, the Green Dragons would like to thank you all for bringing the host to them. And they hope that they hope that their gracious appreciation was felt and understood, because it wasn't just because they didn't have a choice, which was true, they didn't, but they really meant it. Okay, so they're sending love as well. Thanks. Thank you all. See you later tonight. Actually, we'll see you at the dinner, and then we'll see you upstairs. And I'm going to have to go pack in between there somewhere. Anyway, thank you. I hope you enjoyed this trip. Alrighty. Well, first of all, beloveds would like to say just thank you all very, very much for being with us here. The activations that took place in the grids that could not have occurred without your team, our team here, anchoring this on the ground, are huge as far as the success of the Ascension Host program and keeping those gates open for the next 200 years. For tonight, the beloveds wanted me to say something. They wanted to say, just so you all know, this one is not considered official duty, because the activation would have taken place, it is taking place, because of the groundwork that we have done. We got our bodies on the grids and did what needed to be done. And it seems like simple things. We go and we sing some songs, and we run some energy, and then it's done and we move on to the next place. That is a huge effort. I mean, all of the crews, the whole bit, is to get to those spots so we can do that. That is set in motion. The third part of this activation of the Terakiti Dara activation, and whether or not, even if it poured rain tonight and we couldn't assemble in person together, the activation still would have occurred. And once that third part of this activation took place, there's a whole series of things, kind of like fireworks, that get set in motion once that occurs. The activation wave is beginning about now, and we don't have to do anything. But the reason they offered and invited us all to come together for a final time for this cruise was so that we could share in a bit of a play-by-play of what is occurring in the grids as this activation occurs. If it were a type of activation where we had to do grid work ourselves, where we had to go here, project there, do this, do that, they would not have allowed alcohol to be served at dinner, just so you know. When they allow that, it means it's not official duty, it's family and friends duty. It means we're invited to show up to participate in getting a little bit of a witness to the work that we set in motion. So this is a much more relaxed gathering of family and friends of the Christ, and they're
they gave me a little bit of notes as far as what is going to happen as this activation initiates and continues in the grids. So they're going to show me, they showed me like really quick little clips of what it was, just enough for me to make notes, and they're going to give me cues live as to what it is. We're really just here to share and witness to what is occurring. Some people will be able to see some of it, some will be able to feel some of it, some will get it 3 days later. It depends, because everybody's senses are oriented differently. So for this evening, we will give you a play-by-play of the things that are occurring because of the grid work and legwork everyone in the Shield has done during this period. At the end of that, we will just touch on a little bit about what the beloveds began talking about as far as the relationship with what is called Buddhism here. And this is not a Buddhism program, but there are direct connections. Talk a little bit about that, and just have, it's supposed to be kind of like a warm fuzzy until next time, but the most important part is bearing witness. And witness is interesting because it really depends on the perceiver. For us to be able to see it together, or at least sense it together, or know what is occurring because of what we set in motion with the beloveds, they will show it to me. What they usually do very often is they will show me things visually as they're occurring, and I narrate them with their help. So that is what they're going to have me do, so you can understand what is happening next and next and next because of the activations that we've already set in motion. And that is the most important reason why we're gathered. Another important reason is just to have a little bit of space to say, it was very, very wonderful to share this experience with you. I hope you've all had a wonderful experience in one way or another, or many ways, in this regard. The workshop time was short, but the grid time wasn't, especially getting to grids. But we'll also have, as we'd mentioned in the little brief consolidated 1 hour talk too fast workshop-y thing that we just did, was that we will be having a package that will be sent to you once they give us the transmissions of the 6 techniques that go at the personal level. The I'm still remembering words, trying to remember words. Dankiti level, the personal level of these activations, membrane activations. So that they will start that right after Halloween, the transmissions of them. It'll probably take a week to get them down, and then we have to get them to the production team that puts them onto CD and gets them replicated so they can go out. In the same period of time, we'll be working on the chart pack, which will probably grow by then. And there might even be a little surprise in there that I won't talk about. So we'll see. But you will get, it's almost like the workshop is continuing even after we leave each other's company this time. So you will have that, coming via mail. The final activation is underway, and a lot of times sometimes activations come in and they come in hard and they have like a spike right at the beginning. Others come in soft and then they build. They said this one will build, and its highest part will be about 12:30. So it will start 12:12, which it has, and it will begin and hit its spike at 12:30. Its spike is going to be an interesting point because there's going to be a series of things that occur, and they're telling me now to just give you a summary of the notes they gave me as to what is happening, and then we will let you know when each of these steps do occur. Okay. Let me look at my notes in hieroglyphics and see if I can read them. Okay. Now, in this activation of the Tarakiti Dara, it's the third part of the Dara 1 activation of the Tarakiti, we will have in the center of our shield, and this would have happened even if we weren't assembled, in the center of the Aquafarian shield, the Cosmea flame of Ashale will activate. Now, we activated the Cosmea flame level connected to Jana Putae at Roatan. That is one level, one part of the Cosmea flame. The part that is activating now is of the Ashale level. Now, Ashale goes back to the host star that Earth is literally hosting into. We've talked about that in many other workshops before. So it's literally the flame level, the Cosmea flame level coming in from Ashale is going to anchor in the center point of the Octofarian shield. And even if we're standing in a straight line and it doesn't look like a circle, there is still a center point. It doesn't matter where that is, like we can find it and put an X on it, but there is a center point in the geomancies of the shield. So that is what is beginning to activate now. It started at 12:12, and it will reach its highest peak at 12:30. Once this begins, and we activate this in the center of our shield, and I have to walk myself through these too, there's going to be, and I believe this is at the crescendo peak where it reaches its highest level of spike activation in the Aquafarian shield. The Ashale flame of Cosmea is going to arc over to the flame of Cosmea from the Roatan grids that we activated over there, and they're going to form an arc. So we'll have 2 points that come into activation in the grids. After that, I'm reading here. After that, there are 2 more arc links that occur. It will go from linking between the center of our shield and into the center of the Roatan flame that we activated. Then it will go to the Cosmea ruin set where we did that activation, and over to the Playa de Carmen, which is the Cozumel grids that wasn't on Cozumel Island but on the mainland in Playa de Carmen, I believe they call it, Mexico, in that cave that we went into, the Mayan ruins cave. It will activate there. What this is going to do is it's going to form a 4-point arc system. 4 points, 4 arcs. And where we are right now, where our shield is right now, we're actually, from the last time we looked, we are right down like under the tip of Florida. So we're just making the curve, we're starting to make the curve up to go up to Miami. So we're over by Florida, and the other 3 points are over on the Yucatan Peninsula, right across the Gulf. So we're going to link those 4 points and make a box around the point that holds the gravitron. So as these arcs activate, and that will start at 12:30, right? And it's going to be like turning on a whole set of breakers where it goes, choo, 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 and it's like if you were looking at it from the sky, like from above in satellite photos, it would be just all these grids turning on where you see the lights come on. The lights that are coming on, first there will be the 4 points activating and around the gravitron. Then there will be literally energetic lines angling down into core where the gravitron crosses through Earth's core from each of those 4 points to harness it. At that point, the Christ wave, the Christ blend wave, will ride up and down through the gravitron, so the gravitron will also transmit the Christ host wave as well as its metatronic frequencies. Then, that's just the beginning. It gets really cool. They showed me the visuals, and I thought, oh, that's so neat. I wish we could, like, take that out of my brain and put it on a screen somewhere so everybody could, watch it in 3D. After it is harnessed, where the gravitron is harnessed, then we go into, let me see how they worded it. That's what I'm looking at. I know where it goes. I just want to see how they worded it. At that point, something happens with the Cosmea flames, both here and the one on Roatan, where in the beginning they will look like the chandelier thing, right, that in the middle of this boat, which was the funniest waking dream I've ever seen, because they showed it to me 2 days before we left for Miami. I had no idea there was a chandelier that looked like it on the boat. That was wild. But during the day, they had it, before they turned it red and blue and really weird, they had it in just like aqua colors, where it didn't have the purple turned on, it didn't have any red or anything, it was just aqua colors. And that is what the flame of Cosmea looks like right now, and as it's activating. When we get to the point where and it's going to go really fast, once the crescendo, the 12:30 point hits, it's just going to bang, 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 the 4 arches, zoom in the 4 points, up and down the gravitron, and then it's going to spark the 2 Cosmea flames and turn them to it's going to be like a sparkle burst, where they go into a violet silver effect on the main pillar. So it would be like watching that chandelier turn from the aqua colors into a like ultraviolet and silver mix, but not just lights where it's like stripes of light, but the whole thing goes into sparkle effect. Once that stuff occurs, then let me read this. There's a whole bunch of interesting things. Then excuse me, on the back now. Okay. Once that color shift occurs within the Cosmea flame pillars, that is the point where the Terakiti Dara 1 level activation begins to come online with the gravitron. So this means not only is the Christos wave coming online with the gravitron, but so are the Terakiti awakenings, which means it will trigger in its broadcast, its Metatronic broadcast will carry also the broadcasts of the Terakiti activations, which will gently trigger the activations of the Dan Kiti level, which is the personal level. So it will begin an awakening within people all over the planet. But it won't start with the gravitron. It will first go into the gravitron, but for it to reach people all over the planet, it has to go online with the entire Metatronic network. Now, it starts with the gravitron. The next thing, it will come online with what they call the Maya Mother Matrix. And that is the whole set of Mayan temples all through South America. And there's actually some that are actually up in North America that have never been identified or found. Now, what's nice about the Maya Mother Matrix is it was one of the control centers used to control the Alpha Omega clusters. So the Alpha Omega clusters will next come online. So first you'll have like turn on the breaker and it turns all the Maya Mother Matrix temples on with running the Terakiti activations as well as the Christos flame. Then that's going to trigger the activations of the entire set of Alpha Omega temples. Yes, love it. Thank you, Green Dragons, for the help with that one. And this is why, when we were on the grid sites, we stopped the Crystal River prayer and did not go into banishing. That was not the deal. The ones that want to ride the Metatronic thing, we were not taking their grids away. The Green Dragons agreed to turn them over so we could ride the host through, but not try to take it away. We didn't try to do that, so we kept our end of the agreement, and they very graciously actually kept theirs throughout this whole trip. There's been no astral attack, there's been no harassment. It's been pretty cool. This is the first trip we've ever had that when we're doing grid site work, that there wasn't harassment, and there wasn't like nasty stuff coming in the astral and whacking people, or people like not being themselves or something for a while and stuff, get stuff pushed in. So this was a really happy and joyful and loving trip in that regard. So once it goes online with the Maya Mother Matrix, then that will trigger the Alpha Omegas. The Alpha Omega temple networks are all over the planet. That's when the whole Metatronic grid on the planet will light up with the colors of the Terakiti awakening. So it will carry that as well. And this is a victory that is absolutely huge. It is the beginning of being able to bring the personal level of the Dan Kiti awakening to people all over the planet, whether they've ever heard of us or not. So it's a really special event that we're a part of, and that we assisted in anchoring here. If we hadn't anchored it here, if the people that have been working with this work haven't been here for the last 10 years, there would have been no ascension cycle at this point. We would all have been going Metatronic. And most of it that came in with commissions to serve the ascension cycle would have left by now. We would have literally died out and become extinct because we left, because we didn't want to be here. So this is a really big victory. It was one of those kind of like super trips where we weren't sure. I knew we knew we had to go there, and pretty much why, but none of the details. Still don't know a whole lot of them, except for the fact that we're entering a whole new level of personal and planetary healing and awakening with the Kiti membrane activations that they've been talking about. So they really just wanted us to come together tonight to be able to kind of feel and watch and see what you can feel. We've described the network as it's going to activate, and they'll probably have me do a diagram of this for the chart pack that ends up in the package, where we explain what this evening was about. We didn't know if the wind was going to make it a problem where it couldn't be recorded. Like I figured, well, if all else failed, I'd just sit up here and scream. and just ask you all to like get in close, right? And I figured that's probably why they saved my voice, right? But so far so good. But if the recording doesn't come out, they said don't worry about it, because really this particular part, we're off duty right now. They just called us together to be an assembly of family and friends of Christ who helped to create this activation here, and just to share its fruition. Actually, it's unfolding. So we've got a few more minutes. What time do you have, hon? Because my watch has been being weird. 26. So we've got about 4 minutes to the 12:30 point, and that's when the breakers start coming on. That's when the pillar will go from its aqua color into the violet silver, and that's when the whole network, it's just going to go really, really fast. And what I will do at that point is I will just simply close my eyes and narrate what I see, and just to share it with you. You may get it before me or after me. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you can see it or not. So it's almost just like, so for people who don't have the inner vision fully turned on yet or anything, I do happen to have the vision. That's how they give me most things. They used to give me all of the written stuff in reading dreams, where I would be reading texts in my sleep, and I'd wake up and they were still on the inside of my eyelids, and they would translate into English. So it was kind of interesting. Uh-oh, somebody said something. Is that us? Anybody from here, or is that somewhere else? I don't know. Somewhere else. So anyway, just a couple more minutes. I'm just going to look at the notes here on the stuff they wanted to just mention after that. No, it didn't yet, because I know one thing. I always get a shudder. Yeah, I always get a shudder where I get a quick shake and go, okay, right? It's like my nudge. I haven't felt the nudge yet. Once we go into just the bit of, and this is going to go fast, it's going to be, okay, it's going there, okay, it's go, yo, because it's really, really fast. All right, they're saying to the point where it intersects with the Alpha Omega temples, and that is what's going to take about 7 to 8 days. That's why we can't do any of they can't even anchor the Dankiti techniques yet until that fully activates through the whole planetary grid via the Alpha Omega networks. So that's why we had to wait. They couldn't even have given them to me, because it would cause my system, and that would affect the Aquafarian shield going out of sync if they brought those frequencies of teachings and techniques down. So once it hits the Alpha Omegas, then it will just be on its journey to spreading through the entire Metatronic grid on the planet. And that will be, it's really funny, because it's going to end up like the end of Halloween night, when it finally, it's like All Hallows Eve, especially like in America, we do the Halloween thing, and it's when all the ghouls and stuff are supposed to come out. So I'll have a good Halloween this time. I'm feeling a little bit of a rumble, not a yet. I'm feeling this, like, it's almost like a movement of a shield, a horizontal shield going just a little bit back and forth, way down in Earth core. Alright, it's coming in just a little bit early, at least as far as my watch. Alright, they're saying if we want to help, just pull it in. We don't have to, it'll come in anyway, but we can just inhale and hold for a minute. And exhale, and anchor, and help it come in, good force. We've got the Ashale Cosmea Flame anchored in center shield. Whoa. Interesting, I'm seeing it come up actually right over there. So it's interesting, there's some people sitting over there. It's before the elevator, actually. It's like right in front of it, but not in as far as where the elevator is. And it just went boom, and it's massive. It's bigger than the one that we activated over at Roatan. Okay. Try to sense it. If you don't, it's okay. If you don't see it yet, it's okay. It's there. One of the first parts of my very long name that I just use Asha because it's easier was Anea. I used to go by that in the early days, and Anea means one with vision, one who sees, because that is one of the specialties that I came in with. I had to give up certain other things, like math, in order to be able to have brain. I hate math. Yeah, so I gave up that in order to see. Yeah, it's spinning, but it's not arced yet. And what it will do next is arc over to the Roatan Cosmea flame that connects to I'm still trying to remember how to say the names. Janaputae city, which is one of the hidden cities that connects to the three Tarakiti gates that are in Aurora Earth. Still not arcing. It's picking up momentum is what it's doing. It's starting to, it's like, if you can imagine what the chandelier looks like, right? But imagine that it's all energy as opposed to solid structure. And now it's doing the ultraviolet silver central pillar sparkle stuff. And the outer rings that are stationary in that chandelier are actually shields that sometimes are horizontal, but other times dip on the horizontal, on the vertical that they're attached to. They move and oscillate, kind of like this, and each at different angles. Now, the beloveds have said the pillars or the chandelier itself actually doesn't hold the math, but it gives you a clear enough visual of what that is, and knowing what that is, you can actually use that image in a meditation, and the shield angles will change, because if those shields are always in motion and undulating on the vertical staff that they're on, they would never, if you freeze framed it and took still shots at every point, you would never find that set of angles that are happening on that chandelier. That's where the math is off, and a couple other places too. But it won't harm you to use it. They're going to have us use this as a visualization at certain points, because you can take that image, because it's so clear just in shape and encryption, that running the Chris stuff, it'll actually show you where the shields should be. And when you use it in a meditation, you'll start seeing them move where they're supposed to be. Okay? It's getting ready to arc. Wait a minute. It's fizzing. I hear this like... It's almost like a sound like if you shook up like a can of Coke and just started to lift the thing, right? It's going... It's going... Alright, there it goes. Alrighty. Whoa, okay. And that it's like arcing from where we are, over by Florida now, over and down to the southernmost point, which is Roatan. Didn't hit yet. There it goes. It hit and kind of made a jitter, and now it's spiraling down and doing a loop under Earth core, which they didn't tell me about. And now it's pulsing like a big figure 8 between the two places. Okay, they didn't tell me about that part either. All right, it's getting ready to send up another arc. Going yet? The next arc is going to go up to Costa Maya and then up to Playa del Carmen, however you pronounce that, Cozumel area. Alrighty, there goes arc 2. Whoa, it's double. They didn't tell me that was going to happen either. It's a double arc. Alright, so you got the one single arc from us to point 1. You got a double arc coming from point 1 to point 2. When it goes up to the cave place off by Cozumel, I have a feeling it's going to be a three-pronged arc. Yep, there it goes. It is 3. And whoa, and it just jumped really fast back to us. That there was no hesitation. Went 3 and then back to this point. Wow. So we've got one arc, single strand arc this way. Then there's a double strand arc, triple strand arc, and then 4 strand arc coming back over here. In a minute, they said you might actually be able to feel a little bit of like a rumble way deep down Earth core if you kind of put your attention down there or send an orb of yourself down just to watch. Because at a certain point, these arcs are like actually pulsing and they're circulating energy. They don't just go on top. They actually go down all the way through and loop through and then come back up. They're doing something down there that I'm not getting a visual on, but it's going to create a rumble to a certain level. and that's when there's going to be a pop sensation, and a big center flame is going to come up in the middle, right up the tail of the gravitron. And the gravitron itself is going to send out the 4 connection rods on a horizontal, kind of like a diagonal from the core out to the 4 points. It's not done that yet. They said we may feel a little rumble, like a rumble under the ground where you're sitting, way, way, way down, when it hits that point where it sparks and sends out the 4 streamers back. And it's at that point, it's like the guy at the breakers goes ding, 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 ding with all the Mayan temples. So I'll let you know when I sense it. It's getting close, but it's not there yet. Whoa. I got sound on that one. This really high-pitched, screechy sound, like almost like a scream. I think it was a gravitron. Maybe it was Toth. Seeing that he's the one that hijacked the CDD plate 11, and out of that which he kind of back-engineered the Death Star, bringing back the Death Star technologies into the planet. That was in 22,003, 26 BC. Yeah. He was on our side before that. This side. Alrighty. It's getting ready. And for once we have to do nothing. We can just sit and observe. Sense if you can hear anything, feel anything. It doesn't matter if you do or not. And now there it goes. Oh, neat. It was like pulse rays coming out from the center of the gravitron thing back out to the 4 points. And now there's this really strange digital sound that actually seems to be going through this layer around the whole planet. I'm just describing what I'm seeing, going, I don't know what that is. They didn't talk to me about that. Cool. All right, now I'm getting this image of as if we're up in space looking down at South America and the Yucatan Peninsula. And all of a sudden you're getting these like little gold, they're almost like icons used to represent where the Mayan temple center networks were of the Maya mother matrix, right? And they're going boing, 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 and there's all these spots, the little triangle, little pyramids are showing up. Where are they? Wait a minute. There's a whole set of them somewhere else, too. They didn't tell me about this. Not in South America at all. Where am I on the globe? Hold on. I'm trying to just see my geography here. Where is that? We're here. America, Atlantic Ocean. Whoa. Indonesia. Indonesia and Thailand. Thailand, Burma, not China. Sumatra. I hope we have a recording of this because I'm not going to remember this that's coming because I'm seeing the areas where I'm going, where is that? I need to look at a map, right? Wow, there's a whole bunch. I didn't realize they're considering them part of the Maya mother matrix. They're over there in that area. Wait a minute, there's more too going up this way from there. I'm trying to see. I'm not seeing any in India, surprisingly, or anywhere through Egypt or anything. Sumatra. Okay. Not Japan, Philippines area as well. A bit in the Philippines. That's why we're going down there. Okay. And the Tahiti, Bora Bora area, there are a few down there as well. Wow, I had no idea, and they didn't say it. Sometimes they just said sometimes they like to surprise us and me. Okay, cool. Wow, I had no idea. That means there's affiliations between the race groups, between the Maya and the native peoples historically of those regions. Fascinating. Okay, anyway, that's for like whenever they decide to give more on that. Okay, this way, and now we're good to go. Here's where the breakers flip. And what's going to happen is this whole geometric link between all of those points is going to come online, as if you were watching like from one of those aerial satellite shots from space, where it's looking down at Earth and say everybody had all their lights turned off all over the planet. We can only see the brief outline of the continents and there's no lights, as if it were like that, and except for these little gold points that are the Maya temple complexes. And when you flip the breaker, it just brings on all those lines of light that connect and make geomancies in between them. This is really interesting. I don't know if they're ever going to give me a clearer map on this, but I hope you gentlemen will help me remember what we just said. We'll have to go back on the tape on this to find out exactly what countries, because they were specific. And if we can find those, there's something more. I think eventually they'll teach us about that. Okay, they're getting ready. I'm getting this like pulse feel in all of the little temples, as if all the little temples are going boom, 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 and getting ready to do something. Cool. Temple 1, Krausna Maya. Temple 2, Chichen Itza. And we didn't even go there this time. We went the last time. That's a big one. Alright, they're going. And going means, it's like from, they're four-sided pyramids. And each point is throwing out a line of light. And they're crossing over, intersecting, and there's this whole, like, communication. Oh, cool. Chihuahua just went, yes, the crystals, the Chihuahua, Mexico, where they discovered the crystal caverns, they just came online, and I'm seeing it, the frequency spiraling up the crystals. Oh, how cool. That is so neat. Oh, and it's just going. It's like going that way, and they're linking up. I had no idea where the Maya Mother Matrix was. I would assume it was just where people, our history tells us where Maya were, but it's much bigger than that. And they're going, there's one more piece we didn't tell you about. Okay. They're saying, close my eyes for a moment. Okay, you're welcome to join me. They're saying, close your eyes for a moment. It's like, okay, I'm closing my eyes for a moment. But okay, so then close my eyes for a moment, and then project myself upward, and you can do this too. I'm just letting you know what they're telling me, and if you'd like to join in and doing the same thing, you're welcome to. So I'm closing my eyes, project myself upward as if I'm up in the, like above the Earth's atmosphere. Look down at the Gulf of Mexico and South America and, Florida over here and all that in that area, the Gulf of Mexico area and the Yucatan Peninsula. And they're saying, notice the plume. Plume. And what I'm seeing is where before I could see the vortices of the gravitron, one goes up vertically at that tilt angle, the geomagnetic tilt angle of the planet, and one goes down at the other side. And part of it just peeled down. Instead of going up and down like that, it plumed. And it's doing this big, it almost reminds me of the shape of what an oil gusher might look like. One's going that way, one's going down out the other side of the Earth, and I don't know where it comes out on the other side. They said that plume is creating a blanket in the atmosphere of Rasha etheric energy particulates that will form the base for the mirror in the sky activation that will take place in 2012, or toward December 2012. Okay. Okay. So you can imagine the plume as if we're running through your own central vertical current, clearing any residues of Metatronic stuff that might still be in there, from your gene code and that kind of thing. You can actually imagine the plume, the one going up, the one going down, and just transmuting the Daneko Hare? Yes, Daneko Hare, embedded karmic stuff. So it's beginning the transmutation on the planetary level of the earth karma, the race karma. Okay, they didn't tell me about that part. That's just coming through live. They said, all right, now we have a little bit of a wait, because now that the Maya Mother Matrix is activated, which actually does span the globe, it's not just in South America. Next, it will begin they said, by probably midnight on like Halloween night, which is like actually 12 a.m. the next morning, the day after Halloween, which is like the 1st of November. So it's between the 31st of October and the 1st of November. That is when another kind of pop and send out, turn on the breakers, going to all the Alpha Omega temples. The first ones they'll hit are the control temples like Cuba, and also the ones that are connected on the map where we showed the rods and the temples that were connected, the Alpha Omega temples connected to the rods. It will go for them first, which means we'll also get control over part of the rods so we can stop them from flipping them and shifting them and that kind of thing. And then that will actually run the whole, that we've talked about, it actually showed the kind of buckyball configuration of the false Christ consciousness grid that's surrounding the planet. It will start running in that grid as well. It won't take it over, it won't clear it, but it will create an option for beings on this planet, and not just humans either. Everything from trees to insects to animals of all sorts will be able to pick up the host through the Kidi membrane activations that will now be running. So this is really neat. It is, and again, it is the first part of the Terakiti activations that was called the Dara level. The India trip will be about activating the next level, which is the M-U-R-A level. And the final one will be the one that it's going to be it's going to be way too much airplane, and then a cruise that we have to actually fly to Tahiti. And for some people that's easier. From America, from Florida, it's brutal. You have to fly from Florida to LA, and LA, I think it's 8 hours or whatever on a plane down to Tahiti to pick up the cruise ship. And if all goes well, we'll be able to, some group, and it may not be this group. There may be another group that feels more drawn to doing that. And this is a whole team effort. There are some people who'd like to come on trips, but they can't afford to do it right now or whatever, and that's okay. They will actually still get the activations. If you have the codes that, let's say, you have one of your Cosmea keepers back in the 2003-26 BC period. Not everybody that has those codes or a self that's back there is here, but most of the people that are here are either ones that have that there or have it from another period that are kind of standing in for the ones who weren't. So anyway, when we do these 3 activations, we're going to learn so much with the information that's going to come through, and we're going to cognate so much personally too. There's a whole new level of opening. I just want to thank you, and the beloveds want to thank you for being here with us. They wanted to talk just a moment, I think, more about something about the Buddhism information that we were being given. Somebody read to see if I can see. Oh, yeah. Do we have to talk about that? Okay. I said yes. Okay. What they're saying now is, as we'd mentioned in the brief last workshop, that some of the teachings found in classical Buddhism, what's called classical Buddhism here on the planet, were directly derived from the Mahabharata texts, and that they wanted. I feel funny about it because they just let me know about it, that some of us
including me, and I believe Asan and probably Mac, that the teachings we're bringing back now would have been considered part of what was the Vajrayana teachings, which were the esoteric teachings of the Buddhas that are not even in writing, on the planet right now. And they had said that in order to be permitted to do that, to have the commission where you could do that, that you had to pass through and complete the Hinayana and the Mahayana stages in other lifetimes, which means that, and they're saying this, they wanted me to share this, about, me and Asan and Mac, because they don't know either, this is new, just coming through for all of us, that most of the people here with us on this trip also have done that, and that's why we are entrusted as carriers of the knowledge of the Vajra worlds. And I asked them, what did that mean? Like as far as teaching the Vajra worlds, what is that? I haven't studied Buddhism in this lifetime, almost because I had an aversion to it. Because I've been there, done that, and just was enough already, right? Because I did remember periods, I had no idea who I was, like what my name was, but I had little incarnational flashes for years, since actually this body was a kid before the walk-in and walk-out with Katie. We had visions of being a Buddhist monk and various other things, and a lot of them associated with like Hindu Buddhism. And it was Buddhism, Tibetan Buddhism came out of Hindu Buddhism. But it was always like, way too rigid. They said there's one thing that's important to understand. It's great to look into Buddhism, but right now what's happened in many, many different translations that have come down during the years, first of all, the Hinayana, I think that they call it the 18 schools or whatever. There's like 18 different branches of it, and they each have a similar kind of perspective. They said, first of all, there were 24. And there are 6 missing, and they are the ones that even with the Hinayana level, which is supposed to be the lesser vehicle or the introductory teachings, that there was a Vajra level to that, an esoteric level to that has been, they said, not omitted, but kept secret. And the lineages that carried that were also kept secret. Right now you have lineages coming through, like the Dalai Lama and all of that. Now Dalai Lama is part of the Mahayana Buddhism. He's a bodhisattva, which he took the bodhisattva vow. And I remember doing that in another life, actually, and many of you probably have as well. But there was a lineage, a hidden lineage, that was not ever named outside, and numerous ones of the ones that call themselves Azarites or part of the Aquifarian Shield were of the 6 hidden lineages that did carry the teachings of the Vajra worlds, the esoteric levels of Buddhism. What's interesting is, as I'm studying a little bit here and there about what is it, right? Because that's what I'm doing. I'm like, what is exactly what they call Buddhism now? So I'm just like, entry level on this life. But I'm finding things that are really a little bit disconcerting, such as there seems to be a belief in, and most of the stuff I've seen is not the Vajra level. It's the Hinayana or the next level, the Mahayana. But the whole thing seems to be now focused on the alleviating of suffering and looking at desire as the cause of suffering. And therefore going into a space where you go into total detachment and emptiness. But there is a question that's left for the tantric level, which is the Vajra level, right? Which is, what is beyond emptiness? And that seems to be this huge, massive question in that system. And I find that fascinating because I think the beloveds have been slowly bringing back the answers to that through the work that we've been doing. So it's like, interesting. So there's more to just the bud state. I do believe there is a direct, as they've said, there is a lineage of 6. There should be 6 more schools of the original, even in the Hinayana level, and they would actually be the ones that united the Hinayana, the Mahayana, and the Vajrayana levels, where it would bring the practical, the Mahayana focus on compassion to the point where you totally turn yourself into a doormat in order to help other people. And that's okay if it's your thing. The Mahayana go into the Bodhisattva vow, and I do remember in some lifetime taking this vow,
And it was funny because I remembered when I first saw the word, I went, oh no, not again, please no. Because you take a vow to agree to incarnate for at least 3 cycles that are not defined out of how long they are, as many times as it takes. Not for your own personal growth, though you will grow, but in service to others on the planet. And a part of me remembers doing this and going, oh, please don't ever raise my hand for that one again. I am very, very glad, that part of me learned that. So anyway, you don't really, in this time, this is the last ascension cycle down here. It is time for the hidden teachings to come back out. And it is funny because in those teachings of Buddhism, you will also find where the true parts of the Christian teachings, the true parts of the Muslim teachings, the true parts of the Hindu teachings, the true parts of the Sikh teachings, the Tao teachings, you name it, where they are united. So that is really what the work that we are here with the Beloveds to do is about. It's about bringing back together the Mahabharata texts as they were, and all of these other things are pieces of it. So there's interesting things you can find in the study of parts of Buddhism, but as far as desire being the cause of suffering, only desire that is not in harmony with divine blueprint would be the cause of suffering. But honestly, desire is the cause of creation. It was for the desire to create the Source chose to create its living manifest body that we call the living Cosmeo Matrix. So there are some interpretations that have come down through the years that, well, you can believe that if you want to, but then you end up asking the question, what is beyond emptiness? What is beyond nirvana? The word nirvana means extinction. Extinction of the small self. Extinction of the ego. It's not about extinction. It's about expansion back in to the wholeness of the now and what we are, because those parts of us are alive and well and conscious. We can regain that ability to hold that here. So I look forward to, when they told me about this, they also told me to go look up somebody's name because that was the person that took the vow that was one of my incarnates. And it was like, how do you spell that? Another one of those. I know that I had one. I said, is it this one? Because I know I have that one. I have quite active memory. They said, no, that one was later. And I have one that was called Kananda. And that was a male in India. And I have quite a lot of memories of that. And there are some writings somewhere by Kananda, not Sananda. That was the name associated with J12 and J6 or J9. But Kananda was just part of my spiritual name signature. So I have little bits on that. And they said, no, it's not that one. It was before. And they said, if you study some of the text, you'll find reference to the name. I said, okay. And it's pronounced, I think, Shantideva. Shantideva 2. There were 2 of them, they said. The first one was back engineered. It wasn't actually, that wasn't the name of the being, and it was actually when there was some kind of split between Tibetan Buddhism and like Tibetan/Indian and Chinese Buddhism developing, where there was one that was put as if it had been historically before the other, and that was the second one that was actually the first one, is how they put it. And I'm going, great. I haven't looked up who that person is. I don't have any conscious memory of it, but that is the incarnate that they said was the part of, my soul group that took the Bodhisattva vow. I'm really glad that Shantideva did it personally. I don't think I'll be up to it in this lifetime. I'm too tired. Maybe that's why. Anyway, they wanted me to share that with you because they have said that a good many of the people with us here on this particular trip also have that same affiliation. In fact, most of us on this trip, they're giving me this now, most of us on this trip were a part of the Shantideva 2. I really don't like that word. They said that's what they were called, that disciple group. I don't do disciples. I'm not a guru. I'm not a diva. I'm me, just little old me, speaker one, Asha. But I do believe we have sat in conference before, and I'm very curious. I'm gonna look up whatever I can find to see who was this person that the Beloved said was one of my incarnates or whatever. And there's a connection between this particular group shield that came with us on this trip and that lifetime of mine. So I'm just going to look and see what I can find on that lifetime of mine, and the Beloveds help me with that. If you start to begin to get memories coming back, they said they may first come from the 22,326 BC era period, because it is that same group that were the Cosmea keepers back then that became that Shantideva 2 group of people. Because Shantideva was a recorder, a speaker, wrote down stuff, right, like I do, right? But it was actually the whole collective that was anchoring that knowledge at that space of time. So that was a little something that was really just for this group. It'd be really funny if that didn't come out on the tape too, right, on the DVD recording, because that was special just for the people that are with us here. They said there's only about 6 or 7 other people that it would have been nice if they could have been here, that were part of those original collectives, but there are only 4 people in this group, they said, that are actually not part of this collective. They're part of the one that connects to Bora Bora, but they came to hold place for the ones who weren't able to come that were from this group. So remember, there's just a family meeting here, okay, or a friendly family meeting, whatever, family, friends, whatever you want to consider yourself. So it is just sharing. And when they are coming through live, we've done an awesome job in assisting the beloveds to do the next stage in this ascension journey. Just want to thank you all for being here. I also want to point out something. I was a little bit surprised tonight. Asan and I, we've been married 10 years as of the 23rd, which is now, 12 o'clock. We didn't know anybody was doing a cake or anything. I'm not sure if it was Dar or Mac or who arranged that, but that was quite a surprise, and thank you. I was a little bit embarrassing. So I just wanted you to know that. We've had a lot of growing in the 10 years we've been together this time, but we've been together in a lot of lifetimes too. So just thank you for sharing that with us. I would like to, before we close, pass the headset over to Asan, and then if Mac would like to say anything after Asan's finished, just so we can all just share in community here together before we depart and go our ways again. And don't worry, we will not forget to get your package out as soon as it is available, okay? So I will say good night, and we love you all very much, and thank you so much. And now to speaker 2. Ow. See who you were.
Since I know you've worked hard all week and it's late, I want you to go to bed and rest. However, 2 things. First, before I forget, Diva Hassan, I have your key card. Does that mean we're spending the night? Diva Hassan. I'll brief, and I'll put my gratitude, my love,
Thank you so much.
my love and my thanks in a slightly different way. Where else did Speaker 2 discover that there could be something going on but in a pub in London? Before Easter in 1974, but I can't remember the dates, in the company of the guy who designed the financial systems called SWIFT that move money around the entire world, a mathematician, friend, Olympic rower, who is a fanatical transcendental meditationist person, a guy who ultimately gave me a copy of Buckminster Fuller's Reader because his guide had told him I needed it.
That's the one buckyballs were named
Yes.
after, right? Yeah.
And an extraordinary chap called Sid the Fish. And as it was our wont on occasion, we would discuss what little we knew. In other words, we would bully each other about what we knew about spirituality, Jesus, and anything else of that general nature. And at a particular point, feeling rather frustrated, I said, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is in for a time. That was when I realized I was destined for a struggle like the last 10 years has proved to be.
I guess they're not easy to be.
However,
Neither is he.
whose turn is it with the microphone? Who's not supposed to interrupt people in the middle of a sentence? And if you were born in Yorkshire, England, you would say, if the cap fits, wear it. However, I was about to go on to say that were it not for your courage, your commitment, your love, and your encouragement, the experience of a one-eyed man would have been a whole lot worse than it's proved to be. I thank you from the heart of my bottom, as only Speaker 2 could.
What about the bottom of your heart as well?
That's for another day. I've got to save something up for another time. Anyway, I love you dearly, and I thank you absolutely from my heart. You've been very, very good for me and for her, and for the entire effort that we've all worked so bloody hard to become a part of, to wake up and get functional sufficiently to make what I think Mr. Obama is trying to make happen in America, but we're doing this on a scale of 10 to the 40th kind of thing. All right, I'm going to shut up now. Mac, do you want to say night-night? At least that much. Anyway, stay well until next time. Be safe and be balanced.